This is just gonna have to do. Well, I'm worried about my mic, but now it's time to look at some of these reviews, man. I know this movie is really quite popular. You know, a lot of people love Spider-Man at the moment. Don't know how it's going to be later on in the future. It's down. It's going to go down as one of the best, admittedly. Where do I continue? I guess with the Nando cut. We'll continue with that and see what people continue to say. There are some spoiler reviews. That means that they essentially spoil it. But just about a lot of people have seen it by now, so you know it's the same old deal as they always do. So let me get everything ready, and without further ado, we can go.
Just watched Spider-Man Brand New Day, and I want to give you my spoiler-free review. I am going to be as unspecific as possible. I'm not going to tell you who characters are playing, what the plot is. Just going to give you an idea for what I think of the movie. If you want to be even a little spoiled at all, click off this video, I guess. But here are my spoiler-free thoughts on Spider-Man Brand New Day. This movie is incredible. I didn't know what to expect. Obviously, like you probably, although probably at a slightly higher frequency, been hearing rumors about what this movie is about, but seeing characters that have been introduced officially, characters that people have suggested might be in the movie. And unlike pretty much every other Spider-Man movie, right? Like, let's say Spider-Man Far From Home from 2019. They announced they're making that, and they say Nick Fury's in it. You say, oh, that's interesting. And then they say Mysterio's in it, and you say, oh, I think I see how this is going to go. Mysterio's going to pretend to be a good guy, then he's going to be a bad guy. Spider-Man's going to have to figure that out and fight him, right? Like, that's how a Mysterio story goes in the comics. But like,
oh, okay. I just want to make sure we got the right movie. I thought he was talking about the second one for a second. The second Tom Holland.
Besides the phrase Brand New Day being the title of the movie, and that being a title of a Spider-Man run, one that just based on which characters were and were not in it, did not seem anything like this version of the movie. Besides that, we really didn't have anything. Certain characters and actors were cast, but they don't fit together as cleanly as a lot of these other Spider-Man characters do. A lot of them aren't even Spider-Man characters. They're characters Spider-Man knows, but not characters that you would expect to see in a Spider-Man book. And I will say, overall, with these Spider-Man movies that they made so far, obviously, I enjoy the Tobey Maguire ones. The third one's kind of a mess, but like a charming mess. The first Andrew Garfield one's fine. The second one is also kind of a charming mess. The three Tom Holland Spider-Man movies up until this point, Homecoming I think is great. Far From Home I think has its moments, and No Way Home is a lot of fun. If you had to ask me, I think, like a lot of people, I would say Spider-Man 2, Tobey Maguire, Alfred Molina. That's probably my favorite of these movies, or it was until now. If you don't count the Spider-Verse movies, because they're like their own thing. But the live-action ones, at least. I think this movie, for me, and this may just be a me thing, I have not seen other people's reactions. The review embargo hasn't dropped yet. I didn't talk to anybody else at the theater. But like, this is everything I want from a Spider-Man movie and a Spider-Man story. And I am not trying to raise your expectations too high. But first of all, this felt like Spider-Man. It's set in New York. He swings down the street. He interacts with New Yorkers. That is maybe the single thing that I've been missing most from the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, is how few of them even take place in New York, how outside of the final swings, there's not really any scenes where Spider-Man just swings through New York City. The closest we get to that is in Infinity War when he's chasing Ebony Maw, but like, that's kind of the fun of this character, is he can swing through the city and you have these big skyscrapers, so it's like very dynamic, and we just haven't seen Tom Holland do that. We also, because he's been so tied up in Avenger stuff, because he went overseas, and then because Spider-Man No Way Home was filmed during COVID, and they had a lot of restrictions, they used a lot of green screens and stuff, it just didn't feel like Spider-Man was in New York. And this movie does so much so quickly. It's almost like it's making up for how much it never did that by giving you so many incredible action scenes, new characters that Spider-Man is interacting with. It's such a cliche that like New York City is actually a character, but it is. It is a character in these movies. It has personality. It's shot incredibly well. And speaking of that, this movie looks amazing. That's Daniel Craig. Everybody he worked with. I know he brought on a lot of stunt people. They really seem like they took MCU Spider-Man down to the studs and said, okay, so we got Spider-Man, but what's his swinging like? Not like in the other movies, but like, what would be a cool thing to see him do while he was swinging? What would be a cool way for him to fight? Maybe not a way he's fought before, but what is cool now? Which angles have we never seen Spider-Man from? They do everything. It looks so much better than every other Spider-Man movie because
it's actually not that great compared to other flips. He didn't do a whole lot. He only did. They still haven't touched all he can do. Not that they can do that because, you know, they're restricted regardless. And Tom Holland, he's only 30 years old. Pardon me. I had to close my window though, making sure I'm get privacy. But yeah, it's not that people are giving it way too much credit than it deserves. And I'm a Spider-Man fan. Spider-Man has been my favorite thing. He's my favorite superhero. Period. He's been my favorite superhero since I was a kid. Since I was like, I don't know, 7. But yeah, a lot of these people are glazing this movie way too much. It's not worth it.
It's the most recent. Like, so all the effects look as good as they've ever looked. But B, compared to the most recent ones, every action scene is so thought through, so visualized. You're not just seeing a fight scene, you're being told what to focus on during the fight scene, so you're getting everything. It is so slick. I really was excited. I was excited the whole time. When I was like, Destin Daniel Cretton's working on this, because I liked Shang-Chi. And then, earlier this year, I liked Wonder Man. So it's like, alright, he's 2 for 2. Can he pull this off? Because this is a harder lift. Shang-Chi, kind of coming out of nowhere. Wonder Man, expectations are very low, but Spider-Man's something totally different. And I think not only did he direct the best looking Spider-Man movie ever made, the story is so clever. You know, I've heard every leak and rumor and I try to stay away from it, but it makes it to me anyway, so I kind of let it wash over me. But it does stick in the back of my head, like maybe this guy's doing this or that guy's doing that, whatever. But even going into this movie, like sitting down with my popcorn, I wasn't sure what this movie was going to be. I didn't know how the plot was going to play out. You know, like usually I'll watch a trailer for a movie like Supergirl or something, and I can usually guess like what sequence the scenes take place in, just based off like how the comics usually work, how they're wearing their costume, all that stuff. This movie, before I saw it, I had absolutely no idea. And they did a really good job keeping one character secret. Not gonna tell you who they are or what they're doing, anything like that, but it works for me. And I think the story of the
They didn't really do a good job because everybody knows it's Jean Grey. Everybody knows that. You know, I can quit lying. They're giving this movie way too much credit. Like, it's a good Spider-Man film, but it's Tom Holland. That means it's not great.
movie tells justifies using this character, what they're doing. I will also say, let's just take a character that we all know is in this movie because they're doing interviews together. He's very clearly there. The Punisher's in this movie. He's in all the trailers. They did a Hot Ones together, and they just got done with their Odyssey movie together. When they announced Bernthal was going to be playing the Punisher, my thought was, oh, okay, I get it. They're friends. Like, we know that. Back in the day, they camera tested together. They like to put an MCU character in one of these. So, like, sure, good enough reason. But what I didn't think about is, what is something specific about the Punisher that only the Punisher can teach Spider-Man? Same goes for the other big MCU character that shows up in this movie. Like, it is not just a cameo fest. And even if it was, I think that'd be fine. There's lots of fun shots of Spider-Man fighting villains, and like, I love that stuff. But when they actually introduced a character, when they did work to say, here he is, he's a big part of the story now, it wasn't just because they could get him. It was because that character told Peter something interesting about himself. I will also say, what the story ends up being, like the bad guy, what they're saying, I loved it. I will definitely talk about this more in like a spoiler full video. I probably want to see the movie again before I do that. The performances are also really, really good. Tom Holland is great at this. He could do this in his sleep. Same with MJ, Ned, all these other actors. And like John Bernthal and Mark Ruffalo, like, are incredibly talented actors and are really good at bringing that emotion into these roles. And like, I'll be honest, because I saw Tom Holland saying in interviews like, oh, the movie, you know, got some tears out of people. Like, I cried a little bit, they said. And I said, okay. Like, I was not expecting to be emotionally moved by this movie. I don't think I felt that way about the previous Spider-Man movies. This movie got some tears out of me. I'll admit it. But I swear, like, if you could see me through this movie pretty much from minute like 2 on, I was just smiling. I was like, oh my
really
god,
sad,
they're doing this. Like, they're doing this. This looks perfect. This character's written perfectly. I will say, I think a lot of people deserve credit for this movie being great. Tom Holland is very good. He also clearly has a vision for who this character is. Sometimes we're wrong. A lot of the times we're wrong about what we want. It would be dumb for a studio to go, what exactly do you want? We'll just do that, right? Studios have tried that. It doesn't end up working. But what it seems like Tom Holland really understands is why fans want certain things, why they want a Peter who is struggling, why they want a Peter who spends his time in New York City, because so much of that showed through. It showed through in the interviews. I'm incredibly impressed by him. Chris McKenna and Eric Summers, They're the writers of this movie. They also wrote the other 3 MCU Spider-Man movies. Also wrote like a bunch of other stuff. Remedial Chaos Theory is probably like their most impressive credit from Community, because that's just a very iconic episode of a television show. I think this is by a wide margin the best written one of these. The like deep conversations were great. The humor was great. Peter Parker felt like a human being, and I don't think he felt like a caricature before necessarily, but he just felt way more real in this movie than I think he ever has. And like I said, I think the way that all of these characters are brought together is incredibly clever. But the thing I'm most impressed by is just that Destin Daniel Cretton has an incredible vision for what this movie is. A vision for what Spider-Man can look like, what Spider-Man can be, and emotionally what can be interesting about Spider-Man. In a way that both feels like genuine, authentic to the comics, but also really is new. Like, while there obviously are certain story elements you're like, oh, that's kind of like from this comic, this is not pulled from a comic. It feels like reading the comic for the first time. And like, I also have to give a shout out to Peng Zhang and the Jackie Chan stunt team who did the stunt choreography for this movie, because it all looks so great. Like, I am so impressed by this movie. It's probably going to be my new favorite Spider-Man movie. I'll have to see it again. I think certain action scenes are going to be some of my favorite Spider-Man action scenes. And I think every reveal, every secret, the way it plays out, I found very satisfying. And that's all I'm going to say. Also, 3 updates for people. Number 1, this is my first video on camera in a while. This is the new setup. I know what you're thinking. That looks a lot like the old setup. It does, but this isn't necessarily the only setup in the room, which I think that'll be clear eventually. Also, my cat Mortimer was on the floor for the entire recording, but now he's on my desk. Look at him. He's having a great time. This Spider-Man is his favorite Spider-Man because in Spider-Man Homecoming, Spider-Man pet a cat. And last thing, and you know, listen to this bit because it is important, very important to me. I've been talking a while about the Nebula project that I filmed about a year ago, and I finally have an update. We're going to be releasing it as a short film. We're going to premiere it at the Holly Short Festival in August 21st of 2026. So less than a month. Then, once we're done with all the festivals, whenever we are able to,
it's kind of funny how the
on Nebula. This is I don't know exactly how long it is, over 20-minute long short film I wrote. YouTube friend Patrick Willems directed, and Dave and Nebula put together an incredible team, like cinematographers, actors, crew, and made a short film that really looks great. It is called Power Trip. It, much like Spider-Man, also takes place in New York. And unless you are at one of the festivals where it screens, the first place to watch this short, again, that I wrote, will be on Nebula. Nebula is a subscription streaming platform that I and a bunch of other YouTubers created. I upload all my videos early and ad-free, including this one. This was here on Nebula first. And then, like my short film, there's all kinds of stuff you can only find on Nebula. Patrick has made other short films. Lindsay Ellis makes video essays exclusively for Nebula. If you've watched the channel, you've seen me plug many, many, many of them. The show Jet Lag premieres on Nebula. Tom Scott's England series premieres on Nebula. It is an incredible way to support creators, and we're in the home stretch, so you will very soon be able to see the short film that I wrote and Patrick directed on Nebula. And a year of Nebula is already a steal at $60 a year. That's just $5 a month. But if you go to go.nebula.tv/TheNandoCut, you can get a year of Nebula for just $30. That is $2.50 a month. It is an incredible deal. It's a great way to support me and a bunch of other creators who either you already love or you are about to love. Again, it is go.nebula.tv/TheNandoCut. That's all I got. I will do a much longer spoiler video. Like I said, I do want to see this movie again. Stay safe. I'll see you around.
A lot of people are just glazing this movie.
Well,
before we continue, I want to say this. A lot of people are just glazing this movie to get views and likes and subscribers. They don't really mean what they say. It's not that great of a movie. It's not even a good Spider-Man movie. Now look, Tom Holland may be a good actor, but he's not really that good of a Spider-Man. He's not that good of a Peter Parker. In my opinion, he's not. I mean, he may be, he's a good actor, but I still don't like him as Spider-Man. Well, I don't. Let me really be honest with you. I don't dislike him as Spider-Man. I'm just not convinced yet. I'm very particular when it comes to Peter Parker. I'm particular about who should be him. And at first I wasn't, because Tobey Maguire was the first one. And sorry, I was checking my face, my bad. Because I'm also looking at OBS Studios. He was the best one because he was the first one, and so there was really nothing to compare him to at the time. And before that, we had that old Spider-Man movie that didn't turn out so great. But then again, during the time period it was made, they couldn't do much. So when you have Spider-Man, the what you call it, Spider-Man, the Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 with Andrew Garfield, it wasn't good as Tobey Maguire. So then you could start comparing now, but it was still good enough. The third one is kind of like MCU was already bought by Disney. Marvel was bought by Disney, so they were going to start making these films. And Captain America being like the third Captain America movie, Captain America Civil War, which came out after Avengers Age of Ultron, the second Avengers movie. It was kind of like now they want to introduce Spider-Man in a Captain America movie of all things, and to me that was a bad choice because you're already making him look like he looks like he's younger than 15 even. He actually does look he actually did look his age, but this guy he doesn't even look like he lives in Queens. He looks like he lives. Spider-Man's supposed to live in a house, not an apartment. His location was already fucked up. It was already wrong. And there was something about him I didn't like. Of course, I was shocked to see him because I did not expect that in Civil War. But after a while, after I was seeing him in the Avengers, we got Spider-Man Homecoming, then we got of course Far From Home. It was Far From Home that I started to think about it. Maybe he's not that really good of a Spider-Man. And then by the time No Way Home came out, I was thinking to myself, there's something about these Spider-Man films with Tom Holland I'm just not into. Like it's nothing against the actors. It's too Gen Z, so it's not my generation. To be honest with you, I think there's a Spider-Man for every generation. I'm not sure where the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man fit exactly, because I think my generation Y, those of us in our 30s, we have a tendency to like Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield. Tom Holland is more for the Gen Zers, that is people in their 20s. People like Snarky J, who we will get to in a bit. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do City Hall. Get these other people, since she's 19 fucking minutes, we can just go ahead and move her up. This is Noah Watt Daily. Wait, where did she go? Where did she go, my girl, Snarky J? Well, I would like to meet and take on a date. No, I'm joking. She ain't my type. She probably doesn't want a boyfriend anyway because she's too busy. I'm looking at the other screen. You know what? I'm gonna get to her a bit. What I'm gonna do, I think I posted my review. Did I post my review? Man. You know what? Okay, so there it is. No Block Daily. What are you talking? I just had her. We'll go ahead and watch it.
I can't believe we've gotten to this point, but it actually might be up to Spider-Man to save the MCU. Hi y'all, Snarky J Cosplay here. Now, I know what you're thinking. There is no way this is crazy enough to actually go sit through this movie in a full Spider-Man suit. And the truth is that while I am crazy enough to do it, I can't breathe very well in this thing. I love my big bug eyes, I love my face shell, but I can't see or hear shit. And I'm also hyperventilating, and it took me like 20 minutes to get into this. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to unzip myself, which is the other problem. But today, we're going to go watch Spider-Man Brand New Day. And if there's one thing I learned about Marvel movies, about superhero content in general, you
Where did she get the money to buy these costumes and shit, let alone pay all rent and bills? Like, you got an electric bill, you got a gas bill, a water bill. I'm not sure how utilities go in Florida, and I bet they combine some things. But for you to be able to afford all this, let alone this thing on the wall, I mean, who pays your rent? Yeah, surely YouTube does it. You're not making enough money. You gotta be doing something else. DoorDash? Uber Eats? Grubhub?
Don't bet against Spider-Man. I've not been this excited for a Marvel movie in a really long time. I really do wholeheartedly regret putting this on. Let's talk about expectations, though. I think Houdini probably got out of some of his traps easier. Is it not a horror movie? I don't even know what to expect.
Yes.
I feel like there's so much mystery left to be discovered with this movie.
That's like the Miles Morales that we saw in the first, what's it called? Into the Spider-Verse? Into the Spider-Verse?
I can't believe today's the day. It is a Friday. I'm not wearing a watch. I can't see what time it is, but my movie is at 9:45.
Are you recording this in your fucking bathroom? How unprofessional.
Which means I have, I think, like 10 minutes to get out of the house so that I can finally witness this. I've been hearing so many good things, and I know a lot of people were mad at me for positively reviewing The Odyssey. That's okay. You know, we can all agree to disagree. I'm looking forward to seeing this one because I feel like I finally...
Because if you disagreed with it, then I would call you out, and I'd call you a fake. Which you still kind of are, honestly. You're not, like I said, keep up the good work, and I'll change my opinion of you. You know, because the more I see you glaze on shit for views, I'm going to call it out. The more I see you hate on shit for views, I'm going to call it out. I'm going to start calling all these people out.
Got back to watching movies that I actually enjoy. I want to love Spider-Man. I'm gonna spare you guys the sight of me dislocating my shoulder to unzip this suit.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
I made a mistake doing that before the movie. I should have recorded this out of sequence because now I have this dent in my head from my face shell.
3 hours later.
Alright folks, so I am officially home from watching Spider-Man Brand New Day. And to be completely honest, before I even get into the review, I had mixed feelings about this one from the start. Because on the...
Hold on just 1 second.
From my face shell.
3 hours later.
So 157. I believe.
All dent in my head from my face shell.
3 hours later.
All
okay, 158. I'm just gonna say 158. Put that in quotation marks. Gonna pause the show. Why did you record? No, I'm not did this one. Why did you record in your bathroom? Why did you record in your bathroom? Oh, the slow-mo shots actually come with couples. Yep, at some point we have seen Amazing Fantasy number 15 at some point, actually. Even I. And I'm not like a hard-on... I'm a Spider-Man fan, I'm not gonna lie. He is my favorite superhero after all, but there are some people that are even bigger fans than I am. Let me look this up. I gotta kind of do my own research. I think I saw this guy last night. Anyway, they're gonna start blazing this.
Right, folks, so I am officially home from watching Spider-Man Brand New Day. And to be completely honest, before I even get into the review, I had mixed feelings about this one from the start. Because on the one hand, I'm kind of a firm believer in the fact that you don't bet against Spider-Man, and Tom Holland's Spider-Man, for all intents and purposes, hasn't been particularly disappointing so far. But on the other hand, Marvel has been shitting the bed left and right, and even though this is a Sony Marvel film, it's not like Sony has a much better track record with recent movies like Madam Web, Morbius, and Craven. So I was a little bit skeptical. But after a string of terrible superhero releases, I needed this to be good. I needed to enjoy Spider-Man. And what I can tell you fresh out of the theater is that while Spider-Man Brand New Day isn't perfect, and I wouldn't say this film is the savior of the potentially doomed MCU, I will say this is a fairly solid film overall. You can tell that all roads are pointing towards Doomsday, and I think this movie has the difficult job of trying to prepare us for that better than some of Marvel's previous films have. Despite that, and a number of other flaws we'll get into in a few minutes, I actually think Spider-Man Brand New Day is a fairly enjoyable watch. The action, choreography, and CGI all actually look spectacular in this movie. The funny moments hit when they need to, and when they want to, they can almost make you cry. Before we get any deeper into this review, my rating is a 7.5 out of 10. Now, like I said before, this movie isn't perfect by any means, and we'll get into my gripes in just a few minutes. But before that, I want to celebrate the good things in this movie, because there's a lot of them. For one, that Marvel slop humor that we've gotten really used to hearing, the "he's right behind me, isn't he" bullshit and the screaming goats, they actually throw that totally out the window with this one. There's still humor in the Marvel level, yes, but I'd actually argue it feels way more like Spider-Man's traditional sense of humor than that Whedon-speak slop we've all grown to hate. It's genuinely fun when it needs to be. Their dedication to making such an accurate and well-written version of Spider-Man is why this movie gets as high a review from me as it does. I've never been super vocal about it, but I've never really loved what they've done with Tom Holland's Spider-Man, because it always felt like he was riding on Tony Stark's coattails. He never felt, to me, like the Peter Parker that we all know and love. But that changes here. Tom Holland is an absolute tour de force as Peter Parker in this movie. He's brilliant. He brings Peter Parker in a way I genuinely don't think we've seen since the early Tobey Maguire days. Not only is his physicality phenomenal, but he brings such an empathetic quality to Peter that he finally feels like the real Spider-Man. He's quippy and fun in that classic Spider-Man way when he needs to be. He plays awkward when he needs to. But he's also the Spider-Man that understands that with great power comes great responsibility.
What was it like, 450...
But he's also that classic Spider-Man finally feels like the real Spider-Man.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. 449, he does not feel like the real Spider-Man. He feels like he's a fake. Not a fake. Like, okay, let me say it. He's not a fake, but he's still not there yet. He's not there. No, he doesn't. He does it. I'm sorry, he does it. And this is from a 21-year-old. I'm sorry, a 24-year-old, so don't take her account seriously.
He's quippy and fun in that classic Spider-Man way when he needs to be. He plays but he brings such an empathetic quality to Peter that he finally feels like the real Spider-Man. He's quippy and fun in that classic Spider-Man way when he needs to be. He plays
453. I still don't like him. I'm sorry, I keep saying it wrong. I still don't like this version of Spider-Man yet. I mean, I like it, but I'm still kind of, how can I say it? It's just something they're not getting right. There's something that they're not doing, and I can't pinpoint it is. I guess it's the whole Gen Z thing, but we're not hitting on something that's key for Peter Parker. You know, maybe they got maybe they got Spider-Man right, but maybe they just don't have Peter Parker right. And sorry, I stutter a lot when I'm really excited, when I really speak fast. But I don't know. He's it's just not really as like it should be. No, it isn't. That's just no. And I know I'm voicing. I'm saying exactly what a lot of people were saying. Kind of like what she said, that he was riding on Tony Stark's coattails because he's always being helped. In this one, he's still being helped, and I just want to see him. Because for some reason, look. Okay, so Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. He took on the Green Goblin by himself. He took on Dr. Octopus by himself. The third one is when he needed help against Sandman and Venom because they were ganging on him. So he got help with Harry. And Harry ended up sacrificing himself in the end. Then when you have Andrew Garfield, he took out the lizard, the living lizard, I think what it was called in the comic books. Took him out by himself. The second one, he needed help from Gwen Stacy, but he still had two bad guys to fight. It was Electro, and then it was also his friend Harry Osborn as Hobgoblin this time instead of Green Goblin, because Harry in the comics becomes Hobgoblin, while his father Norman was the Green Goblin, right? So, like I said, I am a fan. I'm a fan of Spider-Man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just not as hard as other people, but I am a fan of Spider-Man. I know enough from the show, the 1994 animated series that came on Fox Kids. Anyway, so Hobgoblin, but also Hobgoblin killed Gwen Stacy. I mean, well, not completely. It was Peter's failure to catch his then girlfriend at the time. And that was in accordance with the books, the comic books. Anyway,
plays awkward when he needs to. But he's also the Spider-Man that understands that with great power comes great responsibility. He feels so much more mature, and it's not even just the performance. The suit looks incredible. It feels practical again. It looks like it jumped straight off the comic book page. The texture, the colors, the way it moves, it all looks fantastic. And even though I know it's 100% key jangling on Marvel's part, there are shots in this film that look like they could literally be comic book covers. They slow down the motion just enough and give us these beautiful images, these phenomenal poses, and not to mention the absolute amount of web slinging in this movie. I mean, it's chef's kiss. It really puts you in Spider-Man's shoes to see him doing Spider-Man shit. I would argue that's one of the things that this movie does best. Now here's where things start to get a little messier. It's not an especially long movie, but it feels like it takes forever to get where it actually wants to go. So much time is spent on setup that by the time the real plot kicks in, it almost feels like the climax has to wrap up everything too neatly just to get to the finish line. On top of that, the plot itself gets a little messy. The cast, like a lot of recent superhero solo films, is admittedly a little bloated. There's quite a few characters packed into this movie, and some of them you can tell got shoehorned in just because Marvel is really trying to prep us for Doomsday. I'm not convinced all of them were absolutely necessary. There are also characters whose motivations feel unclear as well. So despite my issues with pacing and a somewhat unfocused plot, I would argue that this was actually a surprisingly solid watch. Now I want to get into spoilers. So if you haven't seen Spider-Man Brand New Day and you don't want it spoiled for you, now is the time. I love you so much, so please exit the premises, come on back once you've seen it. If you're washing dishes and listen to me, dry those hands, let's turn this off. If you're stuck in traffic, quit road raging. Pick up the phone when you get a chance. Pause this, come back later. And if you're on the toilet listening to me, God help you, I don't know how further to advise you. We're getting into spoilers in 3, 2...
Y'all want to get into spoilers?
So this film essentially follows Peter Parker as he's trying to contend with this totally isolated life after the events of No Way Home. Somehow he's got plenty of money to continue with inventions, even though he seems like he's unemployed at this point, but I figure Tony Stark probably left him in the will or something. What I really like though is that we actually get to see Peter Parker being legitimately intelligent. This is probably the most—
I don't know if Tony Stark actually cared about him that much. He probably left him with some good amount of money to take care of himself, but not enough. But that should not have happened. Because now we got Tony Stark taking care of Spider-Man even after death, when it should be the opposite. Spider-Man is what built the Marvel franchise.
Technologically advanced Peter Parker we've seen on screen. But unlike previous movies, it finally feels like it's his intelligence instead of him just borrowing Tony Stark's. He's made it his own. So this Peter Parker continues building on that lonely, deconstructed Peter Parker arc that Marvel has honestly been doing both in movies and in comics for the past decade and a half. It's not exactly new, but they do a pretty good job with it here. It humanizes him really well, and it doesn't bother me when it's Peter Parker because Spider-Man is supposed to be our relatable superhero. So honestly, I thought this was handled really well. Nobody remembers him anymore. He's completely isolated, dealing with everything on his own, and emotionally, he's carrying a lot. On top of that, he starts undergoing this physical evolution, and this is where things start to get weird. It's almost like they wanted to do a Venom storyline with him kind of losing control over himself, but didn't. His eyes start going black, and he begins going into complete overload because his spider DNA is essentially overpowering the Peter Parker DNA. The movie's explanation is a sort of existential thing where he's been living purely as Spider-Man for so long and has been neglected by society as Peter Parker that he's starting to neglect Peter Parker himself and is just becoming Spider-Man. It sounds a little convoluted because it is. And there has been overpowering the Peter Parker DNA load because his spider DNA is essentially overpowering the Peter Parker DNA. The movie's explanation is a sort of existential thing where he's been living purely as Spider-Man for so long and has been neglected by overpowering the Peter Parker DNA. The movie's explanation is a sort of existential thing where he's been living purely as Spider-Man for so long and has been neglected by society as Peter Parker that he's starting to neglect Peter Parker himself and is just becoming Spider-Man. It sounds a little convoluted because it is. And there are definitely moments where—
That's not what it is. That actually makes no biological sense. Okay, Spider-Man is based on science fiction. Hence the science in it. The reason why his spider DNA is taken up as Peter Parker DNA has nothing to do with Peter. It's simply because there's something about the spider that bit him that's quite powerful, and that's why his spider sense is quite powerful. And it's not that it's overriding his DNA, he's just going through a sort of metamorphosis. He's getting stronger. Which is why I'm interested in a Tom Holland Spider-Man number 5. Alright, I want to make sure you can see my entire hand.
Isolated, dealing with everything on his own, and emotionally, he's carrying a lot. On top of that, he starts undergoing this physical evolution, and this is where things start to get weird. It's almost like they wanted to do a Venom storyline with him kind of losing control over himself, but didn't. His eyes start going black.
No, they wanted to do a storyline where he's going to turn into an actual spider, hence the man spider.
And he begins going into complete overload because his spider DNA is essentially overpowering the Peter Parker DNA. The movie's explanation is a sort of existential thing where he's been living purely as Spider-Man for so long and has been neglected by society as Peter.
Okay, so 8:35. It has nothing to do with neglect. It's simply because it's his DNA, his spider DNA is just somehow. He's one of the strongest Spider-Men, if you know what I'm saying. Because in Homecoming, I'm sorry, not Homecoming, far from No Way Home. I get the names confused. I'm sorry. The No Way Home. One of the Peters. I think it's Andrew. No. It's Tobey Maguire that states his spider sense is different. No, actually, it's Green Goblin who says, "I've always been fascinated with your spider sense. Yours is different." I'm trying to mimic the voice. He says it's different because he was able to right then and there hone on his spider sense and tell he slings a web right at Norman Osborn because he can tell that his personality is shifted from Norman to the Green Goblin. The original Peter Parker, Tobey Maguire Peter Parker, but was not able to do that. He was only able to kind of sense danger as danger was imminent. But Tom Holland can so much sense it as a personality shift. Get what I'm saying? It's like, even though Norman Osborn had not done anything yet, the fact that the Green Goblin was surfacing, Tom Holland's Peter can sense it. Immediately. Not immediately. He had to hone in on it. But he was the only one to do that. That's been shown and known to do that. So that's what it is his Spider-Man abilities are somewhat stronger than both Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield. And maybe she just got it confused. I don't know. Maybe she don't understand it. What did she say? It said his DNA is
Peter Parker.
Oh, he's not. Oh. Michael. And is I cannot type to save my life. No. Oh my god, I'm capitalizing. It's simply that his vital powers are somewhat stronger than the other vital. I'm just gonna say Spider-Man. I'm sorry. I can't help it. It's kind of this is what it is. Cause I'm in this is stupid. I didn't include the time, did I? 8:36.
That he's starting to neglect Peter Parker himself and is just becoming Spider-Man. It sounds a little convoluted because it is. And there are definitely moments where it feels like this whole plot line only exists because Marvel wanted an excuse to upgrade his powers after making him a little too weak in previous movies. But it didn't bother me all that much, and it does make for an admittedly pretty interesting character study. And I like that it kind of blurs the line between Peter Parker and Spider-Man because, like I said, he's always been one of our most relatable superheroes. Now, one of the people that Peter actually goes to for help in the midst of this situation is Bruce Banner. Bruce is teaching at a university now, and we learn that he's developed his own inhibitor to keep the Hulk from taking over. Peter starts questioning him about how he balances the two sides of himself, and that ends up inspiring Peter to create his own inhibitor to try to control what's happening with his spider DNA. And I have to say, I am absolutely f***ing thrilled that they dropped the stupid Professor Hulk thing. I always felt like they turned Bruce Banner into an absolute joke. To me, the Hulk is at its best when he's an angry, uncontrollable green rage monster. Honestly, I don't think they've made the Hulk feel genuinely intimidating since the Avengers in like 2012. The Hulk stopped feeling like a threat a long time ago, except for here. Here, they make him legitimately scary again. They almost treat him like a horror movie monster while still making strides to humanize Bruce Banner in a way that we haven't seen since that famous line in 2012, where he says he's admittedly tried to, leave this earthly plane, but the Hulk won't let him. The constant struggle between Bruce Banner and the
I got low. I put a bullet in me, and the other guy spit it out.
Hulk, that two sides of the same coin dynamic is finally back, and I was happy with how they handled him. Now, if you're still wondering about Sadie Sink, yes, she is in fact Jean Grey. Jean Grey ends up serving as the movie's primary antagonist. She's essentially using her telepathic abilities to mind control people, while desperately trying to find her older sister Sarah, who's also a telepath. And I can't believe I didn't see this coming, so I guess that makes me more telepathetic than telepathic. Please laugh, I need it to survive. The problem with this whole thing is that I really don't know the character's motivations or what they wanted us to feel about her. She's abusive, she's destructive, she almost certainly gets people killed. She is absolutely willing to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, if you know what I mean. But at the same time, the movie keeps trying to humanize her, and they literally let Peter just talk her down off the ledge as if she hadn't been committing atrocities the entire movie. By the end, I genuinely wasn't sure what they wanted me to feel about Jean Grey or why she was making some of the choices she was making. And sure, Jean Grey has always been a morally complicated character. I've never liked her. But I was so confused as to what they were trying to accomplish here. She spends most of the movie controlling innocent people to a degree that honestly reminded me a lot of Wanda in WandaVision. I don't really give a shit why you did it. You still hurt innocent people. I don't think that's okay, and that doesn't really make me interested in you as like a hero. Well, the real villain of the movie is actually a guy by the last name of Metzger, the head of the Department of Damage Control. We eventually learned that he kidnapped Jean's sister, tried to weaponize her telepathic abilities, and eventually that resulted in her death. That's actually what sent Jean over the edge. And while I'm not going to address every plot point, this is a big one. Because Peter does end up building an inhibitor. It's initially meant for himself, to try and dull those spidey senses and arachnid DNA that's going over the top. But later he decides to use it against Jean, and during the final confrontation, the inhibitor is left behind inside the Department of Damage Control. If you're an X-Men fan, you know exactly why that's important. Inhibitors are one of the most important tools humanity consistently employs against the X-Men. So with the MCU finally heading towards introducing the X-Men in Doomsday, this is basically Marvel planting the seed for what's coming next. Now, I want to take a second to talk about some of the other supporting characters. The character I was most surprised by, even though I already knew he was going to be in this, was Frank Castle. Can I just tell you, their dynamic absolutely caught me off guard, and I need more of it, like, stat. I love Jon Bernthal as the Punisher. I know opinions on him are mixed, but I think he's an absolute rock star. And in this movie, he and Peter have this really fun sort of buddy cop dynamic. It honestly reminded me of back in the day when people saw Bucky and Sam in like Civil War, for instance, and wanted to see more of them, wanted a buddy cop comedy with them. And then we got the Falcon and Winter Soldier, which was a shit show, literally. Frank and Peter have this relationship where they're both New Yorkers, they both want to protect people, but they couldn't be more different in how they go about it. They bounce off each other incredibly well, and I absolutely loved watching them together. What I don't love is that they shoehorned in Yelena, who they're now calling Black Widow. She's officially got that title. While I don't dislike Florence Pugh, I really do think she's charming. She just doesn't have
you hate her.
The same presence that Scarlett Johansson had. And what really bothered me is that she spent...
Yeah, she's not supposed to because she's not her sister. You can't and will not expect her to have the same presence because you cannot take one sister, no, I put that in quotation marks because they're not biological sisters, but they're adopted, whatever. You can't take one sister or personality and copy them to the other because you bitch about that. She's not really known. She doesn't live under the shadow of her sister. She's her own person, which is exactly what you would want, because you don't want Peter to live under his own shadow. Sorry, you don't want Peter to live under the shadow of Tony Stark, Iron Man. Why would you want Yelena to live under the shadow of Scarlet Witch? I'm voicing what every fan wants. Every fan wants these characters to stand out. That is what Marvel is doing. They're trying to make the goddamn characters stand out. Please, for the love of God, quit making fun of the characters if they are standing out. Quit calling people like Century, aka Bob, a fucking mentally ill individual. He simply just had an addiction. Which one could argue is that a mental illness. What I'm saying is, leave Thunderbolts alone. One can say the goddamn Bruce Banner has a fucking mental illness because he fucking has anger issues. Hello? Anger is seen as a mental illness to some people, even though it's not. It's not in reality, it's not. But some people do see it as a mental illness. I've been affected by it because I've displayed my anger. I have gotten arrested. I have gotten kicked out of places. I have gotten abused. I've done... people manipulate you and they take advantage of it. If you give them the reaction that they want, they can use that to get you in trouble. And they say that you get yourself in trouble. And that is what somebody with a rage problem like Bruce Banner has to be aware of. Because his rage will literally get him in trouble. Or it won't get the Hulk in trouble, but Look, he's particularly targeted by General Ross for a distinctive reason. And I'm wondering what they're gonna do with Red Savage Hulk, if you get what I mean. That's General Ross, he, played by Harrison Ford, which he became president. Is he still the president? Is Indiana Jones still the president? He's gotta be, right? No, they had the vice president take over. Who is it?
Is the movie basically telling Peter Parker that the new Avengers deal with big potato problems while he deals with the small potatoes? Sure, Jan. Spider-Man, of course, is your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, but this Spider-Man literally got started being Spider-Man while in the midst of like a civil war between two groups of superheroes. He's been to space. He basically arm wrestled Thanos and almost won had Star-Lord been able to keep it in his pants for 5 minutes.
Actually, sweetheart, you forgot to mention the other video. You're trying to make it seem like he didn't. Once again, Spider-Man did not take on Thanos by himself. The other guys were holding him in place. I know everybody already knows that, but the fact that Snarky J just did not say it, she didn't include that in her review here, it shows to me that she's trying to make it look like Spider-Man is that strong. Which, I'm not gonna lie, he would try to fight Thanos, but look, the reason why he was trying to take off the glove was because he's the only one that was left to do that. And honestly, Tony Stark told him to do it. This was Tony Stark's plan. $14.15. Sorry, I gotta pause it again because I gotta. Hope you enjoying. I hope you are enjoying the live stream. Information. Yeah, the ones right, and the ones in the same chat. Yeah, we're doing it. How the other Avengers were not holding him down; they were holding him while he was standing. They were holding him. You don't have to touch her. I'm a weird guy, can I say. I just think that she is getting a little lost Peter / Spider-Man. Try to... Fine, I'll tell Funky J. I'll give her that much respect. She's the only one I would like to hit on.
This Spider-Man is a rock star, so having Yelena talk down to him when her movie was basically a statement on mental health and her teammate is a captain...
You see what I'm talking about? You see? Rewind it again. Let me put this in full screen so this Porter can repeat herself.
When her movie was basically a statement on mental health and her...
That's not her words. It's not a statement on mental health. She's copying what other people are saying. That's how you know she's a grifter. Snarky J is another grifter. It's what is It wasn't a statement on mental health. It was not a statement on mental health. I hate it when people say that. Like, why? Because he was enclosed? Because he was in captivity? There's nothing to say it was a statement on mental health. The Nuggets. Maybe the movie wasn't that great. I'm not impressed.
Teammate is a Captain America wannabe,
really.
and his jackass buddy with a metal arm that hasn't done shit in like 6 movies. I wasn't really buying the big potato stuff. Honestly, it just felt to me like Marvel remembered shit. I don't think anybody actually watched Thunderbolts, so we have to put her in here so people will have to look her up or remember that she exists. Again, I don't dislike.
A lot of people watch Thunderbolts, and the fact that you mentioned her fucking name, you dumb bitch, means that you obviously watched Thunderbolts. She's trying to do this fake ass show. 14:45. Now she's lost my respect again. Yeah, because this is the name for the new Avengers. We'll see. Okay. I know what she means. But still. Thunderbolts. Yeah, some people will. I mean, it's not that great of a film. If you're going to go by other people's perception, then ambition global. Thunderbolts so not activities not charged plus, but the movie goes some again on the based on average ticket prices. On this I mean, it might not be much of Spider-Man, but a lot of people watch it. Always close to movies. This bitch, man, is this alert that she ain't fact checking her shit. Fucking Porta, no dumb little whore.
Her. I think Florence Pugh is great. I think she's funny. She just adds to an already kind of bloated cast, and to be honest, she doesn't actually contribute anything to the movie that couldn't have happened without her. And that's kind of my thing with this movie. Frank Castle makes sense. Bruce Banner makes sense in the sense of getting to the inhibitor story.
I think she's mad because basically Yelena is whole. And she hates Emil. She hates Emil. I can't say that right. She doesn't like seeing herself in the movies.
line. Jean Grey is there. Yelena's there. The movie ends up getting pulled in so many different...
And I'm not really, how do you say, simping over Yelena. It's just, I do like the actress, admittedly, and I like the character. But even I think that Yelena is... So, this is what I gotta say about Yelena. In every other movie or show where, and she hasn't been in that many, by the way, but when she was in Hawkeye, she seems more intimidating when it's not in a movie where she's a protagonist, because the way they frame her. They frame her as a badass. But of course, they frame her as more vulnerable, emotional, and more human when she is in a movie where she's the protagonist. In movies like, she's only been in two. She's been in Black Widow and Thunderbolts. Because she's up against or on the team of somebody that's physically bigger than her, like her sister Natasha Romanoff in Black Widow, and then her father, the Red Guardian. Yeah, she looks smaller because she is like the smallest of the group. By height, she's the smallest of the group, and she's even shorter than Spider-Man. But they wanted her to be tough because she's that Russian. She's got her own little office in the pool, and they want her to be tough and Russian, and she looks tough. But she comes off as kind of a joke, a puta, if you will. A snarky little smartass that I'm kind of thinking, yeah, she's being a little bit of an asshole, but Peter is he's working with these a-holes. He's working with the Punisher, who is, rough around the edges, and keep in mind that Peter is actually one of the youngest people in the group. Like, if you put him on a team, he's gonna be the youngest, right? He was the youngest on the Avengers. Even Tony wanted to keep him out of the fighting. But Yelena is a smart ass, but people laugh because they know that she just tries to be tough because she's like an adult or whatever, and because of her background, but she's not really like that. She's actually rather easy, and I just want them to quit making her look so tough, because her sister was not really that tough. She knew how to blend in and act acceptable and nice and kind to people while still being serious, and I kind of just want Yelena to have that. But they keep making Florence Pugh have that Russian accent, and I'm thinking, I like the accent, don't get me wrong, but let's try to make her look more, I don't know, more down to earth and just overall kinder. Let's stop with the toughness of it, It's getting a bit old. It'll finish her statement.
Directions, that it just feels a little bit like Marvel couldn't decide what exactly they wanted the movie to be. The climax, again, is where I really started to question myself. The fact that Peter talks Jean Grey off the ledge with the whole, this isn't you, you're not a killer thing, when to me she seems like she's been 100% willing and able to kill people the entire time. Frank Castle literally decides the solution is to assassinate her. I lied when I said I wasn't going to spoil this for you. Peter ends up swinging in the way and taking the bullet for her. And it's this actually really emotional moment, even though we know he's not gonna die here, but they really play this off well, and there's this great image of Frank Castle, the Punisher, carrying Spider-Man into the hospital, and it looks beautiful. But that's literally how the whole thing gets wrapped up. Peter just convinces her to stop being malevolent, and then he gets shot, he goes to the hospital, and that's the whole thing wrapped up. And it just feels like it wraps itself up a little bit too easily when there was so much going on for so long. I'm not really a fan of what they did with Jean Grey in this movie. I understand wanting to make her sympathetic, I understand wanting to make her complicated. I just don't think the movie earns the redemption it's trying to give her. But all that aside, I think the message of this movie really lands. And it's one that we all need to hear. Following Peter Parker on this journey into really becoming the Peter Parker we all know and love, I thought it was great, and I love that central message about not having to go through everything alone. One of my biggest disappointments was what they did with Thor in Endgame. The guy was devastated, he was depressed, he was lost, and the movie turned him into a joke. He had a raccoon making fun of him, for Christ's sake. This Peter Parker is fragile, he's vulnerable, he's isolated. He desperately just needs a friend, somebody to look at Peter and not Spider-Man. And the movie never treats that like a punchline. They handle his emotional vulnerability with the seriousness of a heart attack. I actually almost honestly shed a tear at the end with this speech that May gives him, and I didn't know what was wrong with me, but it's genuinely heartwarming because Peter is one of those people that has thrown himself wholeheartedly into his work. He's never stopped to see the difference that he's actually making. So when he gets that moment, when he comes out of the hospital, when he sees how much the city really loves him, it really works in driving home those emotional notes of the movie. I also really enjoyed getting a street-level Spider-Man story. I know Spider-Man is part of the Avengers, and he's great when he gets to participate in those team-up movies. But I really like my friendly neighborhood Spider-Man in the neighborhood. Like Batman, I think he's at his best when he's a street-level superhero. That's when I find him the most compelling, and that's when I think his stories are more solid. And this is a perfect example of that, even if I know he's going to be in space in Doomsday in the next one. This isn't a perfect movie by any means. There are definitely stretches where the pacing drags, the plot gets messy, the cast is overcrowded. But for the most part, I had a really good time. And now it feels like Marvel might finally be done with the deconstructing Peter Parker arc and is actually willing to take him forward in a new direction that we now know they're even better at doing because this was so well written for him. While I don't think this movie is the MCU savior, what I will say is I think this is the most comic book feeling comic book movie we've gotten in years. And that's what these things need to be. They don't need to drive a message. They don't need to have some greater... No. Make a movie about comic books that feels like a comic book. And I think this does that really, really well. For all its faults, I really, really enjoyed Brand New Day. And I'm cautiously optimistic to see what they do with Spider-Man next, if they don't completely f*** it all up in Avengers Doomsday. And that's all from me. I've been Snarky J. Thank you so much for watching. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. For more Snarky J, be sure to check me out on Instagram. And if you'd like to support me, this channel, and my content creation, do check out and consider subscribing to my Patreon for exclusive photo shoot sets and cosplay content. I'll add links to all of those in the description below. And let me know your thoughts on Spider-Man Brand New Day in the comments below.
No. I thought her Odyssey review was good, but she's still a bit off. I know a lot of these reviews are a bit they're too glazed. They're glazing the film way too much. This dude is over an hour, and when I say over an hour, I don't care if it's 46 seconds over. That's almost another minute. You're damn near an hour and a minute over. So it's like, I'm sorry, I'm looking at something else. So let's continue. Let's continue with the reviews. Let's go at the top.
Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome to Let's Talk, the series where we does whatever a spider can. This is your friendly neighborhood Birdman, and today we're talking Spider-Man Brand New Day. 4 years after using a magic spell to make everyone forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Peter is being your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, protecting New York City and taking on a variety of comic book villains. One day, a speeding tank upends Peter's world, forcing him and the Punisher into an unlikely alliance as they battle a force that can seemingly take over anyone's body. Brand New Day is a breath of fresh air. I don't really put too much stock into what others say, especially regarding either the MCU or MCU Spider-Man, but after watching this movie, There's one thing I will concede, and it's the way the older movies look, particularly Homecoming and Far From Home. Don't get me wrong, I not only love those movies, but have defended them tirelessly from the inexplicable hatred those films receive in the bubble known as the internet. But
hold on a second.
But after watching this movie, there's one thing I will concede, and it's the way the older movies look, particularly Homecoming and Far From Home. Don't get me wrong, I not only love those movies, but have defended them tirelessly from the inexplicable But after watching this movie, there's one thing I will concede, and it's the way the older movies look, particularly Homecoming and Far From Home. Don't
Okay, I know what you mean.
get me wrong, I not only love those movies, but have defended them tirelessly from the inexplicable hatred those films receive in the bubble known as the internet. But there is a particular flatness to a lot of the cinematography in those films. Those films also have relatively weak web-swinging scenes. And I'm excited to say that this film suffers literally none of those. I adore how this film looks. It looks like a proper film with color grading for a movie I just couldn't believe was in the same universe as Civil War. I really like Watts, and I thought he did a terrific job in the previous couple films. But you can immediately tell the difference in directors from the staging of the fight scenes, the camera work, and the way Spider-Man moves. I have to say, Cretton does a better job here. If you've been waiting for an MCU Spider-Man film with actual web swinging through Manhattan, quips, and acrobatic fight sequences, brother, this is your movie. I maintain that The Amazing Spider-Man 2 has the best web swinging, but this is a close second for me. Usually, I prefer when things in this universe connect to a larger narrative, but this movie feels self-contained and satisfyingly so. Yes, there's Bruce Banner, Frank Castle, and The Hand, but this feels like a comic book in that it's telling its own story while incorporating elements of the larger universe in a compelling narrative, not doing it just because Feige mandated it. His suit is easily the best it's ever looked on film, with an incredible texture that pops on screen. Seriously, what you've seen on social media does not do this suit justice. It looks incredible on camera. There's a particular scene where Peter's just sitting in an office at damage control, and I couldn't believe how insane his costume looks just sitting still. And this is what I meant about being a breath of fresh air. There feels like a philosophy shift in the MCU, like they have a swagger about them that wasn't present in something like, say, Brave New World, which is your bog standard Phase 2 MCU film. Yes, I said Phase 2. This Peter Parker feels sure of himself, completely confident in his abilities, a Spider-Man, if you will. And they're telling an interesting story that doesn't feel like you need to do homework to understand. It feels mature in a way that Raimi fans can appreciate. It feels kinetic in a way that the Amazing Spider-Man fans will love. And it more than earns its title of Brand New.
Not really.
Interesting story that doesn't feel like you need to do homework. Man, if you will. Completely confident in his abilities, a Spider-Man, if you will. And they're telling an interesting story that doesn't feel like you need to do homework to understand. It feels mature in a way that Raimi fans can appreciate. It feels kinetic in a way that the Amazing Spider-Man fans will love. And it more than earns its title of Brand New Day.
Now, I don't hate the movie, but there's too much glaze for this movie. It makes you think that it's not that good. Because I question people. It's kind of like people were doing with the Odyssey. They were glazing on, they were hating on the Odyssey. Actually, the Odyssey got mixed reviews. Some people hated it, some people liked it. That's how that's how you tell if a movie's actually good or not. Or if it's potentially good or not. And I know it's subjective, right? I know it's subjective. I'm talking like, if people keep glazing a movie so much, you question its you question that score. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, so Blaine Andrews, the punk bitch that's the creator of Critic List, he somehow thinks his little fucking app is superior to Rotten Tomatoes, Letterboxd, and just about every other fucking movie thing out there. And I call him a punk bitch because, you know, he's just another white man. He says, hey, try my new album. This shit is not brand new. It's been around for give or take a year or two. It's alright, but it's not an officially trusted album. Let me let him finish. Yeah, those are just his credits. That's all it is. Now I know these people they like movies. I like movies. They love movies. I love movies. But you know, you start to question things, and it's a popular user-driven review platform and app that skips professional critics to focus on everyday pop culture fans. And a lot of these fans, what they do is they overglaze a movie. That means that they give a movie too much credit. And then I'm hating on this movie, and I'm not really hating on the movie. I'm actually hating on the people that are blazing the movie, because all those people are saying that the Odyssey, it was a failure, that it was bad, that it was terrible. They're saying that. They're hating on a movie, but then they're loving another movie. And so they're both extremes. And it's very, how do you say, fake. You can't trust their reviews. And look, if you like the movie, that's fine, that's great, but when I hear too many people love it, I question, is it really this good? And this is why I wasn't going to watch any reviews before I saw the movie, because I was thinking if I did that, they were going to say something that would spoil it, and then they would end up making me not like it. So I always like to watch a movie first before I watch reviews. And the only reason why I like to watch them is like to see what people say. Here was something 9 months ago on, you know, everybody loves Reddit for some reason. Yeah, I could already watch it. Yeah, I need it.
You have nothing to say! You are a one-hived mind twat-waffle!
Hey, remember Geeks and Gamers, the conservative media grifter channel? I hadn't thought about the channel much since they embarrassed themselves with Zack Snyder. They were championing his DCEU, and were excited to have Snyder on a stream to promote his director's cut of Justice League. Snyder's brief appearance on the stream, however, had him disassociating with Geeks and You'll see. The website's theme is this 1980s neon throwback style. The homepage, they develop a refreshing film criticism.
Yeah, I usually give stuff credit, but
Counterculture, where it's okay to disagree with out-of-touch film critics. The divide between critics and general audiences grows wider every day, and it's time someone put it under a microscope. Are critics too politically driven, too close to the industry, or just too disconnected to relate? Maybe it's
as many people that saw Spider-Man Brand New Day, they got interviews with the cast, and of course they're going to say good things about it. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and watch one of these people now, since we're going ahead. Actually, you know what? Let's wait.
Here is what I want from a Spider-Man movie, okay? I'm a very simple guy. I want a Peter Parker focused story. I want dynamic web swinging, and I want Peter Parker suffering and depressed. That's what I want. That's all I've asked for, okay? Ever since I saw the Sam Raimi, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies, which changed my life, and I can pinpoint exactly where I came from Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2 in particular to everything good that has happened in my life. I can pinpoint a correlation. And as much as I have enjoyed to various degrees the John Watts home trilogy, I have missed that aspect. I have slowly morphed from, wow, look how cool Spider-Man is in the MCU, to, why can't Spider-Man just have his own story and not be involved in this MCU shit anymore? I've evolved, and I admit that. In this movie, Spider-Man Brand New Day, the lead up to this movie, which has been absolutely insane, I've been pulling and pushing away certain aspects of how I feel, because I feel like I heard the right things about this movie. This is going to be a grounded story, Peter Parker focused, street level, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this sounds amazing. And then on the other hand, I'm like, okay, so Punisher's in it, he's fighting the Hulk, Doomsday's upcoming, is he going to be in that? Because if we've learned anything about the MCU, they're not going to completely let one of their main core heroes have a true standalone story. It will always connect somehow. So I've been a little nervous and very excited at the same time, and I had a chance to see it, and honestly, I think those feelings were both justified. Let me talk about the positive first here. The things I like about Peter Parker, I think this movie actually gets right. And not just, even though I would watch a whole 3-hour movie of it, not just look how sad Peter Parker is. Look how sad and lonely he is. Even though I love that. Again, is this starting to get concerning how much I like watching Peter Parker? Well, whatever. Yes. I think that when this movie focuses on Peter Parker in particular, it does a very good job. Damn. It has a lot of the things I like and the things I was missing from the previous trilogy. No spoilers in this video at all. If I talk about it, it's because it is really not a spoiler, I promise. There is a scene of Peter Parker swinging through the city after witnessing something, and he's sad and it's in the rain. That shit means something to me. I cannot tell you the feeling I got watching that. I said, oh my God, yes, that is exactly what I've been missing from these goddamn MCU Spider-Man movies, okay? I have morphed into this person who's like, man, he is Iron Man Jr. I don't like that. Seeing Peter Parker struggling internally and feel like he's being pulled in half with what he wants to do as Peter Parker and who he should be and has a responsibility to be as Spider-Man. That's it. That is the core of why Peter Parker resonates with so many people, including myself. I'm almost 30, and there are a lot of scenes like that. It's not just the one. And even though that from the trailers that you've seen, like, yes, there's some weird stuff going on with his DNA and everything like that, it doesn't lose sight in those aspects of what this story should be. And I really appreciate that. Thank you. And not only does he have an internal battle with himself, but he does project that onto others. From what has happened in the previous trilogy, he's a very lonely, isolated person. And he knows, because of what has been going on, he knows better than anyone of how isolation, how damaging that can be, and how keeping pain just inside is not good. And he wants to help other people who feel that way as well, even as he is struggling it with himself. Again, this is things that maybe I'm just not remembering correctly, or I don't want to, but the previous movies did not have this core Peter Parker story. Again, even though people have different feelings on the previous trilogy, including myself, it does do a great job of kind of honoring and remembering those movies. There are many a montage, while also providing a new path forward. And that is a very hard line to do, and I think it did that very well. And not only that, but in some aspects, this is a pretty good looking movie. There's absolutely some shaky CGI that you can definitely tell, but for the most part, I think it looks good. The action is very well staged. I think there's a very distinct line that everyone can tell when it's CGI Spider-Man fighting versus Jackie Chan's stunt team choreographed this action scene. You can definitely tell. Not only that, but I think this is Tom Holland's best performance as Spider-Man. I didn't think it would be it, but this is his best performance of the year, and it's emotional. It is. My wife was crying plenty next to me. The relationships and build-up that you feel from these characters that have already been established, it takes that, it pushes it forward. And I like the people I know, you know what's coming. But there are things in this movie that just kind of annoy me. That's what it is. It just annoys me. It's like a little paper cut. In the grand scheme of things, is it a big deal? I don't know, maybe so. And I have tried really hard not to be that person that loves something so much that they can't see anything great about what's coming next. I don't think I'm that person, especially as someone who loved No Way Home when it came out. But anytime this movie reminds you of the MCU and then tries to further establish and push along the plot and expanded universe of the MCU, it annoys me. it makes me roll my eyes. And there's a way to do this because I think John Bernthal as the Punisher is excellent. He's not my problem here. But when you know it's pushing this forward and Hulk is here and we're establishing this and we're pushing forward that and it loses the Peter Parker focused story, it just bothers me. I'm sorry. And if I'm being honest, it does that more than I personally would have liked. And even though this is a new path, it still can't completely abandon what has happened previously. And that stuff also annoys me. I'm gonna sound like I'm nitpicking, but this is just how I feel, okay? I'm not trying to convince anyone, but I don't like that Spider-Man has tech in his mask. I just don't care. It still feels like a cheat. Spider-Man is still rich in my eyes. Even though I know he's shown the apartment and he's doing laundry there and he's living in like a dump, he's surrounded by just the most insane technology that's doing a lot of the work for him. And that is not exactly what I'm looking forward to in Spider-Man, but maybe I'm being a hater. I don't mind the pace of this movie. I know some people have complained about that. I don't mind the runtime. It's 2.5 hours. It's long. Okay. The CGI is a little spotty. Okay, I can get over that. It is really the story that is my main gripe with this. And I can't talk about that without getting into spoilers, so I'm not going to. Just think about what I said. When it pushes forward the story of the MCU, it loses focus of Spider-Man, and it's just not as effective. That is when you can feel it really grinding up against each other, and that is when I think the pacing really does suffer to those people. And I honestly have more of a problem than I'm letting on here. Okay, it is actually something that has kind of bothered me as it sat with me, and I want to see it again, and maybe I won't feel that way, but it really does push up against me here, and maybe it is just because I am too close to the material of Spider-Man, and I should just back up. But again, I think this was a good time. It's emotional, has Tom Holland's best performance as Spider-Man. There's real dynamic web swinging. Some of the action is great. And when it's focused on Peter Parker, it nails it. After you've seen it, maybe you'll understand a little bit more of my gripes when you see it. But for now, Spider-Man Brand New Day, 3.5 stars. I know. It feels low, but guys, that's a good rating, okay? Here come the comments. Mr. I can't have fun, Mr. 3.5 stars. Yeah, I see it all. And it's kind of hard for me to dispute sometimes. But hey, Spider-Man is my favorite fictional character ever. I love Spider-Man. I would not be sitting here without Spider-Man. So take that what you want. People who say this is the best live action Spider-Man, don't piss me off. But other than that, it's a good movie and it's a good time and I recommend it. Okay, I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
You tell us they can fuck off and get a actual job.
The value on friendship and community and relationships, you know, it's just not there the way that it used to be.
Well, bye, someone.
Yeah, because people don't want it to be there. They never did. And that's explicit.
I think movies are at their most effective when they're able to identify something real going on in the conversation and dramatize that. There's been a lot of talk about the idea of a male loneliness epidemic recently, and Brand New Day certainly picks up with Peter at his most lonely. How are Peter, Frank, and Ned relating to that idea of loneliness? And what does Brand New Day say about getting through that?
I think the movie is kind of about the importance of community, and you're right, you know, Frank and Peter are definitely dealing with that idea of being alone in very different ways, and I think that, you know, there's a really wonderful scene between the two of us where we kind of we face that conflict head on. But for me, I really hope the movie can serve as a beacon of hope to young people that, you know, there's real bravery in asking for help, and there's nothing more important than friends, family, and leaning on the people that you love.
Yeah, I would echo that too. You know, just as the father of two boys, I think it is so easy now for young people to kind of hide out and to get lost in this electronic world, and the value on friendship and community and relationships. You know, it's just not there the way that it used to be, and it's harrowing as a parent. And I can say, you know, I think what's interesting, you know, about the piece and this relationship is, you know, Frank is all about family. He's all about that community. It's just, it's been taken from him, and I think that I think what you go through yourself isn't what you necessarily what you want for others. And I love that, you know, through a medium like this, you get to explore things like that. And I'm really glad that you brought it up and you took that from me.
Jacob, anything for you there? Ned's got a little bit more of a social network here.
In a way, he does still have his friendship with MJ and like their full lives that they've gotten with, but ironically, likely he creates this Spidey tracker app because he feels like he's kind of missing this thing,
hilarious.
or maybe the sort of connection that he has with Spider-Man. And I think again, like what John was saying, is that it's really easy for young people today to really like just get lost in social media and do all these things. And I think especially now, when a time where you can kind of just like be by yourself and you think you can find community online, but you don't have like the physical.
And that's what's wrong with a lot of these fucking people. That's not Jay. They don't have the actual connectivity. I mean, I'm autistic, so I'm going to talk, but that's the thing. I'm wired different. Opposed to somebody that's a neurotypical like Snarky Jay. They got it in them. They just need to get out more. And please stop saying you're not a social person. You don't have to be a social person to actually talk to people. Stop using that as like a counter argument.
The ability to meet people in person. It's a tough time, and it's really easy to get lost in being alone. And I think it's important to have friends and loved ones around you.
Because I'm not just Peter Parker. I'm Spider-Man.
Destin is incredibly good at the spectacle of these movies, but where his real talent is in hanging on to the emotion. When he came in on the first movie he made for Shang-Chi, he put up on the screen a picture of him as a child with his father. And that was his pitch for Shang-Chi, and that carried through that entire film, talking about how lonely a certain generation of kid is nowadays, and isolated. Isolated through COVID, continued isolation on all, and not just kids, all of us on our phones, and he carried that through the movie in a very meaningful way.
He did, and it's interesting because all of the characters in the movie are having that experience. And you think of Frank, Punisher, he's completely isolated because of what's happened in his past. And he's completely decided to go it alone. And I think it's true of Banner. I think it's true of all the characters. And Destin was so brilliant in telling the story and connecting the characters through that theme. Destin, when we were first talking to him about doing the movie, he said, if I could make a Spider-Man movie that was about that, and about community and people longing to connect with each other, even when they don't admit it, everybody really wants it.
We're not even in a room together with you, Tom.
Yeah, see, there you go.
We're looking at you on a monitor.
That's right. And that's where we started with the story a couple of years ago, and that's the movie that Destin wanted to make. Not so much, yes, it's topical, and yes, it is, it is a conversation that everyone has about young men. I think it's true for everybody.
No.
Maybe I'm just writing this for me. And maybe that's my responsibility. To live alone with the truth. And sometimes Spider-Man has to do the hard thing, even if it breaks Peter Parker's heart.
That's fine. Okay. I'll see if you're correct. No, not for me.
What is happening
It's subjective though, this was that. No, it's subjective because we have to see the Spider-Verse.
I try not to think about movies connecting on a grand scale. I try to connect with them personally, and that this subject matter is something that I feel like I can very much connect with, and when I think of certain times in my life when I have gone through tragedy or have lost people that I love, that it's very easy to pull back into my shell and think that I'm the only person on the planet and have a hard time connecting with other people because I feel like they wouldn't get what I'm feeling. I think that having a Peter Parker starting from that position was something that felt very relatable to me, and then being able to go with him on the journey of finding his way back to connecting to his community or people around him was really a very fulfilling and almost healing journey to go on over the course of making this movie. When you spend time with Peter Parker, he's a bit contagious. His his relentless positivity, his tenacity, the way that he just continues to move forward and chase what he believes is good, regardless of how many mistakes he makes, because he makes a lot of mistakes and he just keeps plowing forward. And despite the pretty intense pain that he's had in his life, he still clings to hope. He still is able to laugh and tell jokes and feel light. All of that, I think, is just a joy to be around and to be in a community of people who all love this character making this movie, and then now to be joining the community of everybody else who loves this character, who are going to experience what, you know, this small group of Spidey lovers have made for the big group of Spidey lovers. It's all quite joyful.
I'm sorry, but you're in danger. What? I promised you that I would keep you safe. Please, you just have to trust me. Come on.
Fine.
You're the only one who can sense it.
Hey, can we do this one at a time, please?
You're the only one who can defeat it.
Okay. I don't know much about Zendaya, but I fucking hate this MJ because she is which is another fucking porta on the internet that needs to keep a damn I'm sorry, I'm being a little emotional. I talk to myself during the live streams. I shouldn't do that. I should not do that. This guy's got issues. Yeah, it's being overly glazed. It's being way too overly glazed. No, it's being...
Hey everybody, today I am going to be reviewing Spider-Man Brand New Day. This is directed by Destin Daniel Cretton. When it comes to my experience with the live-action version of Spider-Man, I started to grow out of them around the time that Andrew Garfield was in the thick of portraying that iteration of the character, because at that point, I honestly felt there was just a shift in quality. You could feel that the golden age of the superhero genre as we know it was starting to end, or it was fizzling, and it's a very long and slow fizzle. Once the MCU, the post-Avengers era, became the new commercial branding for the genre, to me, that is when a lot of the excitement got drained out of it for me. The personality, the artistry, the auteur spirit. It's large ensembles, it's that the golden age of the superhero genre as we know it was starting to end, or it was fizzling. Was in the thick of portraying that iteration of the character. When it comes to my experience with the live-action version of Spider-Man, I started to grow out of them around the time that Andrew Garfield was in the thick of portraying that iteration of the character, because at that point, I honestly felt there was just a shift in quality. You could feel that the golden age of the superhero genre as we know it was starting to end, or it was fizzling, and it's a very long and slow fizzle. Once the MCU, the post-Avengers era, became the new commercial branding for the genre, to me, that is when a lot of the excitement got drained out of it for me. The personality, the artistry, the auteur spirit. It's large ensembles, it's tie-ins, it's crossovers. It feels like a giant theme park that is in service of...
It's too convoluted. It's like an entourage that we don't need. Here's the thing about Stan Lee, and I want to mention this because nobody's really mentioned it. They're just overglazing this film like there's no end. They're always talking about him being on space. Stan Lee is essentially the creator of Spider-Man, okay? When he made Peter Parker / Spider-Man, he basically put himself in the comic book. Okay, you get what I'm saying? Peter Parker is supposed to be Stan Lee. but with powers at 15 years of age. His Uncle Ben tells him, actually, that whole responsibility line was actually literally after the first issue. It was on the back. It was actually something from Stan Lee himself to the reader. He said, with great power, there must also come great responsibility. That is a very vague thing, because you have to define, you already know what power is, really, but you have to define responsibility. What am I responsible for? Or what is, you know what I'm saying? Because all these reviewers, they have power, right? They're able to convince people. But when you convince people to hate a film so much, like The Odyssey, for example, you are responsible for a lot of that hate that's generated, because it's not historically accurate, when it has no history of it, because it's based on reality, yet it's a fiction story that was made before Jesus ever walked the earth, BC. And then also, you're talking about the gender swap and the race swap and all this shit. When that shit's been going on, like, way back. I mean, Dune is a part of race swapping. We see that. There's a particular character that they both race swapped and gender swapped. Look it up. The race swapping or the wokeness of Dune. Does it halt the movie? Not really, but people fail to mention that. As reviewers, you should be fair in all your critiques. When you keep mentioning all the little some caveats in one film, yet you don't mention in other films, you just made yourself a hypocrite. And people trust you. They trust that hypocrisy. They join your fucking bandwagon, and next thing you know, you got a whole bandwagon of haters that have been mentally mind-raped, mind-fucked, brainwashed to hate something that they shouldn't even hate. And half of them have never seen the movie, because they're not going to stay 2 hours and 52 motherfucking minutes to watch a motherfucking movie. Because Gen Z don't have that type of fucking time. It's that for Spider-Man. I mean, look, they all love TikTok, they all love Instagram, they all love fucking YouTube, they all love shorts, because they're not educated. Well, no, it's not because they're not educated, they're educated, they're just spoiled. Sorry, that's just another little rant there. Okay, good. I'm just make sure I'm not on mute, because I want to make sure you killed me. And she's right. This is oversaturated with all these different montage of characters and way too many. Now I'm starting to sound like just a real damn. But Spider-Man is its own character. His own character. He is Stan Lee, and Stan Lee is Stan. Basically, and what happened is Stan Lee put himself in the comic books in a way, and Spider-Man was Stan Lee's first creation. So, fly on the wall, he took what people were commonly afraid of and made it into something that people can like. And she made a Superman, but a teenage version of it, just not as a sidekick. Because if you go back and watch the behind the scenes of the first Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, 2001, 2002, I think, he says that in one of his behind the scenes featurettes that's with the DVD. Back then it was actually on VHS. I mean, we still had VCRs and VHS. Anyway, yeah, that's
the corporate machine, and it generates more movies and more money. I'm old, y'all, and thus I'm old school sometimes, and I miss the era where there wasn't such a predetermined expectation of what these movies are supposed to be. I miss the innocence, the natural passion, creativity of a Sam Raimi, who of course did the original Spider-Mans, and he's a proper indie filmmaker who came into the big budget world, and I think that's key. Whatever you think about his version of Spider-Man, that whole era, it had a spirit, an energy to it that sparked off the page. You remembered it. None of my favorite Spider-Mans are live action. My favorite is Miles Morales from the Across the Spider-Verse film. To me, that movie perfectly encompasses everything that a comic book movie should be. The movement, the humor, the way that they're able to use the multiverse where it actually works narratively while also showcasing maybe some of the greatest animation I have ever seen in an American film. And so unless you have some really unique angle or perspective to offer, I really don't understand the point of having another Spider-Man, especially when you have something like Across the Spider-Verse. So I never really understood the Tom Holland era. It is varying in line with what it is supposed to to do, as in lots of Avengers crossovers to meet the quotas, and the waivers are all signed. The safety belts are on, and because of that, there's really no sense of danger, and it can never really go out of pocket. Even when we are teasing the idea of raising the stakes and employing more emotional risks, as is the case in A Brand New Day. And yes, after seeing this film, I still struggle overall to see what makes it different from the other Spider-Mans where it's worth my time. That said, I enjoyed this film for what it was. I thought it was pretty solid. Sure, yes, it is tepid stylistically, but I think it tries to be emotionally satisfying in a way that will connect with fans. It is important to bring this story back to baseline. And when I mean baseline, I mean back to the basics, back to Peter Parker, and give it drama, payoff. And if you've seen Spider-Man 2, the Sam Raimi version, this is very much inspired by that particular story. It's hard to get that out of your head. The best Spider-Man tales are the coming of age tales, and it's very meta in this sense because obviously Tom is starting to grow out of the role of Peter Parker. He's starting to shed the skin, become a man, and actually he's going to venture out into different roles. And so the question is always, can Peter Parker hold out for more than 2 minutes before blowing the load all over the apartment? Or sorry, the webbing. We all know what that's a metaphor for and always was, but yes, I appreciate this film trying to return to what we know, the whole friendly neighborhood Spider-Man kind of energy. I do think they find a fairly good job of balancing the elements, considering how in motion the corporate wheels are, even if it is still wrestling on the side with a lot of corporate obligations throughout, such as the tie-ins, the crossovers. As in, other members of the MCU always have to be included to raise the status, boost the street cred, and that makes the movie feel overstuffed, bloated, and it drags as a result.
What did you say? I gotta rewind back like a
I do think they find a fairly good job of balancing the elements, considering how in motion the corporate wheels are, even if it is still wrestling on the side with a lot of corporate obligations throughout, such as the tie-ins, the crossovers. As in, other members of the MCU always have to be included to raise the status, boost the street cred, and that makes the movie feel overstuffed, bloated, and it drags as a result. They could have shaved a good 30 minutes off this thing, and yet it never truly lost me. It always pulled me back in because the conflict felt dramatic enough. Spidey is realizing that he cannot manage both personas, the Spider-Man persona in the public and, of course, Peter Parker in his private life. So he rejects the Spider-Man side, not realizing that both dark and light have to kind of work together in order for either of them to have meaning in a larger context. I like how this movie...
That's not... So I get it with the second Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2, Sam Raimi. He can't keep being Spider-Man and Peter Parker because he wants MJ, Mary Jane wants him. Yeah, he also wants to be able to go to college and pass all his classes, who wouldn't. Also, he's trying to wrestle a job. He's under a lot of stress, so his powers, he's neglecting his powers in a way, but so his powers are neglecting him. It's actually still kind of weird. It's like, I don't know why he actually loses powers. It's something psychological. Yeah. Because eventually he just gives up and says, I ain't got to be Spider-Man. You know? And it's so funny. It's so funny that they do it in the second movie instead of number 3. Because typically you would expect that in the threequel, the number 3, but they went ahead and did it in the second movie. Because apparently the time from the first one and the second one, there was a lot of time, and Peter's been doing a lot of fighting, and we don't really see that, but we understand it, and that's why he's tired. That's ultimately why he is like, I can't seem to get what I want, but I'm always helping other people. It's just, but I refuse to accept the fact that his spider powers are overtaking his spider DNA is overtaking his human DNA. That's not how that works. He's just getting stronger as a Spider-Man. If anything, he would lose his spider powers, which they should not have made about that because it would be a direct copy, and not even sure if they could legally do that, but it would just be a repeat. And it's just a mutation. You know, he's I don't know if he's morphing or metamorphing or whatever. I honestly thought he was going to become an actual spider, like in the man spider. Like, I hope I don't find a creepy ass image, but. Can I not open? Oh, God. I'm already like getting kind of freaked out, man. But like, let's look at this shit in comic book levels. Oh man, don't make me sign the fuck up. I do like fighting Castle though. Let's see here, and there's a monster looking within the sewers of Manhattan. A quick test, nice shape, and family creature of nightmare. This is a dream or an imaginative story for the frightened of young children. Really will trust me. Yes, I know. That would have been interesting to see him become a man spider. And have not Yelena. First, Yelena be creeped the fuck out. He'll appear on scene. He'll be creeped the fuck out. Whoa, I thought he would bet. Have the Avengers have to fight his ass, and then ultimately have Mary MJ get her memory back. I'm literally writing number 5. I'm writing it for you. Have Mary MJ come back. No. Okay. Should we have Doctor Strange do some kind of weird spell and have her kind of get half of her memory back, or should we just have her get it out of love? What do you think? Out of love, that would be great. Then have her do it. Come back out of love, and he'll just touch his face and him kind of calm down, and kind of the arms kind of go in. Maybe not fully, but they retract, and he become human enough so the serum will work. Because there's supposed to be a serum to make him go back human. Because it literally takes, and of course I'm pulling this from goddamn this shit does look creepy. Think about it, goddamn. Stop, nigga. Okay. I like it a lot. Sorry. Oh, I'm not signed into Instagram. More AI bullshit. And I can't seem to find images. Yeah, like, he wants us to put him out of his misery kind of thing. But the one I'm talking about is this. This is obviously from the show, you can see Fox Kid in the upper right, from the 1994 show Spider-Man, the animated series. We'll go ahead and click on this. This is obviously from the type of wiki man spider, and this will tell you it was a mutated form of Spider-Man, as explained by Dr. Kirk Connors. It's the final stage of Spider-Man's initial genetic mutation. As his genes are going haywire, that's why he goes to Professor Xavier for advice and for assistance, for help. I gotta rewatch it. I'm gonna be at $12. Doesn't matter. Yeah. I don't hate the actress, I just don't like the fucking character. The actress just, no, MJ just character. And it's not because of the color, it's just because of her acting. They make her look like she's just like smart and so intelligent, yeah, she's so cold towards people. It's so nice. I was always so good. Anyway, he was supposed to come Man Spider and that never happened. Mm-hmm. He always wants to see fucking stupid cow.
But originally it was way more graphic. On the power aspect, and Spider was cut from Spider-Man Brand New Day. The mutation aspect was always going to be a big part of the film, but originally it was way more graphic. On the power aspect, while we do see Peter's eyes change, he was going to grow giant fangs, and even venomous stingers like he does in the comics, which makes sense because these and the Spider-Man cocoon, which are in the movie, are inspired by Spider-Man the Other, where he does gain these monstrous mutations. And there was even going to be a giant man-spider nightmare sequence that was taking place during the whole cocoon time, but sadly this was cut because of how big the movie is. They knew younger audiences also love Spider-Man, and they didn't want to terrify all the kids in the audience who show up to this movie. But if you want a horror man-spider, go check out Spider-Man Noir.
Okay, pal. I'm gonna get you out of here.
Because he knows how to hunt. And he knows how to hunt to the point where he can find Spider-Man, because they need to hunt. Because he's become a beast at this point. Like, we need somebody who can hunt. And Craven is one of his arch enemies, by the way. He doesn't like them. He's like, because his love interest that do it. He's like, fuck it. Just do it. Just do it. This one motherfucking time. I'll help this son bitch out one time. Since he's become even sure, why not? Instead of you giving him the Punisher too, because he's got the artillery, because I think he actually has the tranquilizer for it or something. That's how I initially wrote that. Yeah, it's great, but it kind of makes it look like they held back, and I get it. They didn't want to make it. They didn't want it to be rated R. That's what they did. Yeah, okay.
It always pulled me back.
They didn't want to scare the shit out of kids. Okay.
In because the conflict felt dramatic enough. Spidey is.
They'll do that with fucking WandaVision. Goddamn. Multiverse of Madness, but they won't do that shit with Spider-Man.
Realizing that he cannot manage both personas, the Spider-Man persona in the public and, of course, Peter Parker in his private life. So he rejects the Spider-Man side, not realizing that both dark and light have to kind of work together in order for either of them to have meaning in a larger context. I like how this movie is about how we often make judgments. We assume a lot of things about people without really knowing their struggles, what they have done to get to this point in life. And that becomes a bigger part of the climax of the movie. Tom Holland, for me, he carries this movie. I love his performance here, and I think he was born to play Spider-Man. You can really tell that he cares about the character, and he pours a lot of genuine empathy into it. And there's something about his stage background, his musical background, that I think gives him a lot of humor and pluck. It's that wide-eyed, boyish charm and exuberance without being too maudlin or too Disney. The best parts of the movie for me is just Holland and his chemistry with the rest of the cast. It's just those simple interactions that kept me constantly invested. I like the stuff with Zendaya as MJ, and I like the stuff with the Ned character. I just wanted way more of that, more of what makes Spider-Man feel in his element once it gets to that point in the movie where it makes sense. Jon Bernthal is back as Punisher here, and he always lays it on a little bit thick, as if we're doing some sort of production of like Newsies or something like that with this fucking guy kind of shtick. And yet, at times, I really found it to be hilarious and genuine when it comes to the chemistry between Bernthal and Holland. I want an entire movie with just the two of them. Honestly, I think they had maybe the best chemistry of the entire cast. I also really enjoyed Lisa Colin-Zayas in this movie. I mean, sure, she is playing another version of her character that she was in The Bear, but that's what they're paying her to do. It's like they want personality. And again, these characters could be so amazing if they were in a better movie, or if we had, multiple movies so they could all shine. I kind of felt that way about Mark Ruffalo as Bruce Banner in this movie. I think there's a really interesting story going on there, a conflict within that subplot that unfortunately we just don't have the time to cover. And again, maybe if he was in his own movie, that would be great, or if maybe he was one of the only other main characters here. But again, there's just too many moving pieces here, and they distract from the things that truly matter to me. And it's the same with the action sequences. To me, they do the job, but there's nothing really that thrilling about them. They're generic to the point where I kind of zone out. There's very little impact because the computer effects are just so slick, and it just takes away from the character development. Maybe if the action sequences were more compelling or more distinguishable, I would be okay with it. But these days, they all just kind of blend together. And when you have all the quick cuts, the quick editing of action sequences, the way they are designed in the modern era, to me, it's very hard to appreciate really great stunt work or action choreography. And that's a real shame because Tom Holland is an extraordinary athlete and stunt person. And yet I feel like he shines way more when I'm watching the behind the scenes footage, the making of Spider-Man, a lot more than I do the actual product. I do appreciate the attempt at creating an antagonist here. I am not going to give away any of that, but there's something very interesting. It's like this body hopping in a telepathy sense, where there's like a possession from person to person, and that becomes a metaphor, of course, for like emotional turbulence and destruction. Sure, it is simplified a lot, but I don't know. I appreciated that this movie stayed on its feet despite maybe a few stumbles. I'm still a Miles Morales girl till the end, but for what this is, I thought it was enjoyable. I wouldn't pay full price for this thing, but certainly if you were a fan of the MCU and the Tom Holland Spider-Man, I would. And that is my review. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm going to plug my website as always. It is deepfocusfilms.com. I'm an artist. I do commission portraits and I also sell prints of my work. If that is something that you're interested in, you can always go to the website below. And if you have a question about a commission or a print, you can always email me. My email is in the description box below as well. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to my patrons who are great. Guys, thank you so much for your support. Welcome to all the new members. If you are interested in supporting, the link for that is below, as well as the rest of my social media information. You can watch more videos here, and you can subscribe if you'd like.
Corey. That's your name? With Corey? You thought you got this little cat here to get the Wood Gold Studios?
Catch you next time.
Yes, 17.
I watched Spider-Man Brand New Day, and I honestly have no idea what I just saw. I am literally confounded by what I just saw. This is the most conflicted I've ever been walking out of a superhero film. And that's saying a lot because the MCU has had a lot of conflicting superhero movies that have come out recently. This is a Spider-Man movie that has some very peak Spider-Man shit. A lot of the peak Spider-Man moments you're gonna see in cinema. It also had stuff that made me go like, you did.
Get over it.
A lot of things that I feared you would do. So this is gonna be a very interesting movie for me to talk about. In fact, I don't really know how I'm going to talk about it without losing my fucking mind. Because I'm going to tell you guys, when I walked out of this theater, I lost my mind! To tell you my journey with this fucking shit show of a week. I trusted a friend of mine to book tickets for this film. He booked tickets for the Tuesday after opening week. I'm not waiting that long. I have a YouTube channel where I have to make videos on this. This shit's bound to get spoiled for me anyways. So I weaseled my way into another showtime. I pulled a gun on somebody and said, give me the seat or I'll kill you and your entire bloodline right now. They gave you the seat. If you're seeing this, this is all pre-recorded from days ago because I'm off the grid. I'm off the internet. If you're pulled a gun on somebody and said, give me the seat, to get spoiled for me anyways. So I have a YouTube channel where I have to make videos on this. This shit's bound to get spoiled for me anyways. So I weaseled my way into another showtime. I pulled a gun on somebody and said, give me the seat or I'll kill you and your entire bloodline right now. They gave me my way into another showtime. I pulled a gun on somebody. This shit's bound to get spoiled for me anyways. So I weaseled my way into another showtime. I pulled a gun on somebody and said, give me the seat or I'll kill you and your entire bloodline right now. They gave you the seat. If you're seeing this, this is all pre-recorded from days ago because I'm off the grid. I'm off the internet now, going forward after what was spoiled for me. So my experience of this movie, low-key got ruined a little bit. But I'm not stopping that from making me make the most objective video possible. There's only a couple questions we need to answer. Was this a good Spider-Man movie? And was it a good movie? These are two different questions. People will give you different answers for them. When I went into the theater, this shit was packed. More than any movie I've been to in the last 5 years, maybe. No Way Home wasn't even as packed as this. This was Infinity War / Endgame level of packed, and even then some. The theater was Spider-Man themed. The pull of this character, guys, is on a different level. All people of all ages were coming to this shit. My theater was clapping, going crazy for moments they probably shouldn't even been going crazy for. But you know, it was a great theater experience. I was questioning, is this going to make more than Doomsday? I don't know. It's an Avengers film after all. I think this is going to clear Doomsday. I think both of them will hit $1 billion. This will cross that in spades. My experience was also hampered by the fact that this film suffered from a lot of leaks and rumors. Anytime you're a big Marvel film, the internet is going to be theorizing about every little thing. There's not a single thing you can do that can surprise anyone anymore, and especially as somebody who is a movie review / theorist YouTuber, it's tough for me to really go in fresh for a movie like this. That is a disadvantage this film has going into it. What's this movie about? I'm not going to get too much into it. Say that again? Single thing you can do that can surprise anyone. The internet is going to be theorizing about every little thing. There's not a single thing you can do that can surprise anyone anymore, and especially as somebody who is a movie review / theorist YouTuber, it's tough for me to really go in fresh for a movie like this. That is a disadvantage this film has going into it. What's this movie about? I'm not going to get too much into the weeds here. Spider-Man's doing Spider-Man shit. The whole world's forgotten that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and his friends have forgotten he even exists. Aunt May's dead. He's in the most depressed era of his life. He's taken on crime. He's taken on a variety of different villains. I'm going to be honest, most of the villains, people were like, oh my god, this movie has too many characters. I said this going forward, all the villains, most of these villains you see are going to be like a highlight reel in the beginning of the film. And they were. Scorpion is an afterthought in this film. If you are a Scorpion, I'm not even spoiling anything, people know this. If you're a Scorpion fan, and you were really looking forward to Scorpion being a primetime villain for Spider-Man, you're going to hate this. Afterthought doesn't even begin to describe what he is, and I really love this actor, and I think Scorpion looks pretty cool in the film too. But this is literally just Peter Parker, depressed, busting nuts on himself in his apartment, working on tech. He has an AI assistant helping him with the suit.
Oh, it's fine with that.
I thought they'd be done with the whole, he's talking to an AI who's helping him and telling him about his weaponry and all that stuff, but I guess he has that. He has a pretty decked out apartment. His biology is literally changing as a result of the mental trauma he's going through, as was so subtly told to us by his AI assistant in the film.
So that would be completely...
He's getting stronger, he's getting organic webbing, his eyes are going black, like his senses are going crazy. Like he's hitting puberty. He's hitting puberty all at once. And then meanwhile, you have this villain with some pretty crazy powers, pretty OP powers, that's seemingly running rampant in the city, and Spider-Man does not know how to stop this villain. And then you have Damage Control, which is an organization that is asking Spider-Man, yo, we need your help. Can you help us with this? And Damage Control has some interesting stuff going on too, with certain characters and organizations they're connected to. Let's get to the I'm a fair man. I'm a fair man more than anybody you know. Spider-Man's the best when he's in a grounded film that's more street level anyways. I think after No Way Home, this was a much needed refresher. This is a street level Spider-Man story. Now the threat he's up against isn't exactly street level. A lot of the things he fights in this aren't exactly street level, but for a Spider-Man story, his specific journey in this is a grounded journey. We don't have any multiverse or cosmic bullshit happening, space stuff. We don't have that. I love seeing Peter Parker interact with his surroundings, especially that nobody knows him. There's a party scene, right, where Tame Impala is playing in the background. It's one of my favorite sequences of the film. The song that's playing is godly. There's actually a few songs. There's one by Lauren too playing. It's like they took Zaffy's playlist and started playing it over this party. I loved it. I loved every single second of it. Tom Holland, I want us to give an applause to this man because I don't feel like he gets the credit he does. I'm a known Tom Holland defender.
No.
I understand he's not everyone's favorite Spider-Man. I understand that he's casted, overcasted, some would say, typecasted, plays the same role in a lot of films. I understand. People are annoyed at this man. Tom Holland gives an excellent performance in this. He always does as Spider-Man. He's never given a bad performance in my opinion in these Spider-Man films, right? This is him at his best. His emotional range that he's showing, his facial expressions, you just feel the pain and sorrow on this brother's face. You kind of feel really fucking bad for this guy. Tom Holland does an excellent job in this, man. I feel like he needs to be given his flowers. I know!
Actually, no, it's not.
Toby's my goat too. I understand. We love it. Andrew Garfield still, I think he's the best actor of the three. Tom Holland is putting in that godly performance. You guys need to let's just give him some credit, okay? That's all I ask. John Bernthal's Punisher. being the most serious character in the MCU adds much needed levity and humor to this. This is going to divide fans, I think, what they do with the Punisher this, because he is kind of a joke. I'm gonna be honest, and by joke I mean he's a very street level dude with no powers who's going up against threats who are way above his pay grade, as they literally say to him in a line of dialogue. And it's just funny watching him shoot a fucking gun at the Hulk, for example, and it doing absolutely nothing, and then seeing he's like, oh shit, well, Hulk is about to like trample over him, right? It's funny seeing him interact with Spider-Man. They have a lot of chemistry together. I fucking wished they had done a couple references to Matt Murdock, because that would have been, oh my god, bro. There's a scene where he's like looking at Spider-Man and talking about his goofy ass suit. I'm like, bro, you had such a cool opportunity to say, bro, to reference Red from Hell's Kitchen. But anyways, that's besides the point.
Yep,
Frank Castle's great in this. Again, your mileage may vary on how they. This is not dark, scary Frank Castle. This is actually puppy dog Frank Castle. They don't love and thunder him. Don't get me wrong. They don't completely pussify him, but he is turned into a joke because of the threats that are in this film and the fact that he's the only one without powers. In fact, he has one job to do, and he fails at even that. If you know, you know. But my friends who.
Put in its place, I guess.
They're not. It's not like they're Punisher fans, but they know of the character. They know of the general MCU. They were so glad he was in the movie, because there's a lot of dramatic, emotional moments with Peter and his friends and the day and all that. You need a guy like Frank there. You quite literally need a guy like Frank there who's just like, what the fuck is going on here? A lot of the characters like Scorpion and Frank are mogged in this, so right away this is gonna piss off a contingent of fans. Did it piss me off? No. There are things that disappointed me with. I'll get to it. Okay. There's a dialogue scene with Bruce Banner and Peter Parker that's very cool. It's very cool. It's very good. It's one of my favorite scenes in the movie. Me and my friends all looked at that scene like, we really like that scene of dialogue. It's the only scene really that Mark Ruffalo is in predominantly. And there is an implication in this scene, specifically with him discussing with Peter how to temper the changing DNA, your radioactive, more mutant DNA, you know? And Peter Parker's solution for that holds large implications for the MCU. Like, this could be used. What he comes up with in this could be used as a weapon by people who are very anti-superhuman, anti-mutant. And I feel like if there is a storyline involving a genocide, this is exactly. Peter Parker directly resulted in that. I'll get to that in the spoiler. I might make a whole separate video for this type of stuff. But anyways, the threat that they're facing, the villain. I'm of two minds of this, okay? The character itself, the way it was handled, was done well. The casting, the performance, the powers, they showcase that all very well.
Truth about the World Cup.
That's all I'm gonna say until I get to the con section, okay? There's a fight scene with the hand in prison. You've seen a lot of it in the trailer. An amazing fight, one of the best fights in the MCU history, period, point blank. And Spider-Man gets to show off some of his powers in this. Some of his enhanced powers. It looks sick. The hand are kind of badasses. And by the way, the hand... I'm gonna get to what... I have a lot to talk about. Action scenes in this film, for the most part, are all solid. The swinging scenes are some of the best ever since Amazing Spider-Man 2. Some of them are kind of on par with that. Amazing Spider-Man 2's opening swinging scene was pretty sick, but this one has a swinging scene where I was like, that's pretty good. That's pretty sick. I will say overall, as a Spider-Man film, if we're talking about Peter Parker's journey, his character arc, and as a Spider-Man film, I think this is a very good Spider-Man film. Very good Spider-Man film. A lot of people I saw on Twitter, it's a good movie, but it's a shit Spider-Man movie. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's completely reversed for me. Actually, no, I'm not saying this is a shit movie. I'm saying very good Spider-Man movie. Above all else, is a very good Spider-Man movie. Let's get to the cons. I don't think their cons are enough for me to say this is a bad movie, okay? The cons aren't enough to completely destroy my enjoyment of this film. But they do keep this from achieving levels of greatness that I wanted this movie to aspire to be, okay? So, Spider-Man is going through a body change in this, okay? His arachnid side is coming out more. His mutant side, you could say, is coming out more. There is an implication that he kind of low-key loses control with this surging power within him, and it causes him to do things like hurt people around him and be very aggressive. Especially there's a fight with Scorpion in which he gets very aggressive and it causes other people around him to get hurt. It reminds me of something a black symbiote Spider-Man Peter Parker would do. And I thought they were going to actually use this more in the film, but they really don't. His bodily change, that's the pinnacle of it in the film until you see it have a resurgence of it later. In my opinion, this whole Peter is kind of losing control and his mind is getting bent and warped because of this change, plus his depression that's happening because his friends don't know him and MJ's getting fucked by another dude, right? I thought they were going to lean into Peter Parker's dark side coming out more in this, but they really don't besides that one scene. In fact, the whole body change subplot takes a back seat because there's an entire sequence of events where he needs to help Zendaya and save Zendaya, and that kind of takes hold of the film for a large portion. Like, there's a lot of screen time put on that, and it takes away from the more, in my opinion, the more interesting shit happening here. This is needed in the film, don't get me wrong. You need some kind of resolving to this storyline for him because Zendaya's forgotten who he is, right? It's a very heartfelt moment, but I felt like they could have delved into this a bit more. And let's talk about Zendaya. I've been very vocal about my thoughts on her. I do think we need to move on from this character. I was feeling the fatigue watching the film. There's a lot of screen time given to her, more than I thought. She wasn't as annoying as I thought she was going to be. And there's very heartfelt moments and dramatic moments between them. But I just think we need to move on. I honestly think we need to move on from this relationship. I think there's more to Peter Parker in his personal life than just being with MJ, Zendaya's MJ. I personally, and I do think there was way too much screen time given to them, and it took away from the other subplots, as I said. I will say though, the stuff with Ned, and I thought this was also going to be a problem of mine because I was like, man, there are some scenes with Ned where I really enjoyed seeing him and Ned together, where he's a stranger to Ned, and then Spider-Man is also chilling with Ned, and I really like those scenes. I think these two have very good on-screen chemistry, just like I think Tom Holland and Zendaya's characters have on-screen chemistry as well. But there is a indication that I can't spoil anything, but I wanted the consequences of No Way Home, where they forgot about him, to stay, where he can no longer repair those relationships and can no longer come back to them. He has to move on. There's an implication, and it's not an implication, it's straight up said that that's not what's happening, that they will find their way back. I don't want to spoil the way it's done, but it's like they try to wrap it all in a nice little bow, and I didn't like that. I didn't want that. And I'm not saying like it's a full, like, oh, him and Zendaya get back together, and oh, him and Ned are cool again. Like, it's not like that. But there's an implication that we're probably going to get there eventually. Scorpion is like completely fucking wasted. It's like, he's just a puppet. He's a puppet. He's a tool who gets his ass whooped. I kind of wanted to see a bit more of Scorpion. I really liked this actor. He played Ignacio Varga in Better Call Saul. I wanted to see more of him. As somebody who, I'm not going to LARP like I'm some big Scorpion fan, but I think they could have done a bit more with him personally. Dude's in the film, yeah, as the head of damage control, asking Spider-Man for his help. It's very obvious what his real role is in things. The film is not subtle about it at all. The film is very predictable. And that brings me to the shit that really has me conflicted, because again, none of those cons are enough to ruin the film for me. The Hulk. There's a fight with the Hulk. I'm not spoiling anything. You know it if you've seen the trailer. There's two Hulks actually that you see. Two versions of Hulk. But specifically, you do get a Savage Hulk moment. It is a great fight scene. Hulk is fucking nerfed. He hits Peter Parker directly point blank with some shots that should have killed Peter. The stuff that I'm seeing Peter get hurt by in this film and go down to, you should be killed by the Hulk. But anyways, in terms of the choreography, I thought it was fine. Hulk doesn't get knocked out by Spider-Man. I'm just going to say that right now. If any of you are fearing that, that's not what happens. Spider-Man does not win a fight against the Hulk. The Hulk is nerfed, but he doesn't lose a fight necessarily. He kind of just defeats himself, you could say. And after the fight, this guy completely disappeared. Like, you don't really see him again. Like, I honestly feel the way the Hulk was done in this film, I don't think he was needed in this movie at all. He is used by the main villain to do something specifically, but the thing he is supposed to do, like break into,
because
Want you know 8,400 points
more black magic, red magic.
He should have done it very easily.
No, she just.
He's nerfed as fuck. But anyways, it's not a humiliation ritual like we've seen in the past, but they be doing Hulk dirty and all these. Bro, Hulk needs his own solo film to really show motherfuckers who he is. And I think the worst part about this is they showed the coolest parts of this fight in the trailer and the TV spots. If you've seen.
With the whole Ninjas, to keep the demon in
them. So there's that. Let me get to the villain. I can't get into spoilers here, man. I might have to make a separate video for spoilers because this is going to be a 40-50 minute video if I add spoilers. The main villain is a very powerful threat.
Yep, sorry.
It reminds me a lot of The Fallen with Denzel Washington. Have you seen that? About a demon who can take people's bodies, you know? It's a very interesting threat. The villain comes off as a very hard puzzle for Peter to solve because how do you fight this thing? You can't really fight it physically. It's a threat to him and his personal life. It's very sadistic. There's a sequence in which it does something very sadistic to Peter. It fucks with Peter's brain and heart. And it's low-key unstoppable. It's a very OP-powered entity that we're dealing with here. And I will say, there are things that this villain does in the film that it kind of gets away with at the end. And the things that it does are very fucked up. And I'm like, the way they resolve it, I'm like, I think we're letting this being off the hook a bit. Because this thing does a lot of stuff. It's one of these problems in modern superhero films, right? Where we introduce a being that's so powerful, you cannot really beat it in a fight. Otherwise, you'd nerf it completely. So the only way you could really defeat it is by doing things that are a bit cheesy. And maybe cheesy is not the right word, but do you guys remember Sentry, the Void, and Thunderbolts? You have this being that's very powerful, and you see its power. The entire city is getting fucked up, right? The only way you can beat it is using a specific trope. Some could call it the Heart of Hearts trope. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not going to say anything beyond that. I saw all this coming. Don't call me prophet. Call me someone with the ability to see the fucking obvious, okay? I'm not spoiling anything. You guys probably know what I'm talking about by now, if you've made it this far into the video. It's just, it disappointed me a little bit that everything went down exactly how I thought and didn't want it to go down to a degree. There is a caveat with this villain, right? There's more to the villain and what this villain's connected to directly in the film that we don't see. And I actually have a theory about that, because there were some things that didn't exactly make sense to me when watching this, but it does more or less play out exactly the way I thought. It's a very predictable I think that's the biggest issue with me. It's a very good Spider-Man film, but as a film in general, it follows the standard tropes I would expect. It's a very predictable movie. That's the biggest issue for me.
Yeah, that is.
I think my verdict is it's a great Spider-Man movie. A great one. As a movie, overall, as a film that I would watch in theaters, it's decent. It is unfortunate. They did use a despite this being a great Spider-Man film that shows a great journey for Peter Parker, it's still them using a Spider-Man movie to set up future films and characters in films that aren't Spider-Man.
It doesn't do everything it wanted to do.
And I don't like that.
Said, I don't hate Tom
That's the biggest problem with the MCU Spider-Man. He's tied to so many other things in the universe that it takes away from his character. But I will say this movie still does a damn good job fleshing out Spider-Man's story. If I was going to rank this, I don't know if I can rank it in the broader Spider-Man context with all the Spider-Man films, Tobey, Andrew, Spider-Verse and all that, but just on Tom Holland's films, this is how I had them ranked before this film. Homecoming is still my favorite, I think, of the three, then No Way Home, then Far From Home. I think this is probably a better Spider-Man film than those three. I would probably have it either tied at Homecoming. Some people might find that wild, because I know a lot of people don't think highly of Homecoming. I actually really enjoy that film. This is probably better than Homecoming, but it's not. It doesn't ascend beyond them like I wanted it to. I wanted this to completely stand out from the rest. It does. It's very good. I think it's clearly better than these two films. And I would even say it's better than Homecoming, but not by incredibly much, in my opinion. People might disagree. Your mileage might vary on that, but that's my opinion. Very, very entertaining movie throughout. A lot of good, heartfelt moments, thematically impactful and powerful moments, and personal moments for Peter. If you're somebody who wanted to see specific villains in this and had that expectation, you're gonna dislike this movie. If you're somebody who like me was just, I was expecting it to be what it was, and it was. But I will say, despite it doing everything I thought it was going to do mostly, still a pretty well-crafted film, just given what they had. So, great Spider-Man movie. It doesn't live up to what I really wanted it to be, but I didn't have specific expectations around that. I saw this movie and I took it as what it was, and I enjoyed it. Now, in terms of spoilers, This video is like entering the 30-minute mark at this point. I'm gonna make a whole other spoiler video. I'm gonna keep you motherfuckers waiting. All right? Because we have a lot to get to. A lot. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a mission to take over Hollywood.
As I was sitting there, mouth agape, watching Spider-Man Brand New Day, I thought, this is peak, folks. Doom himself ripping out Spider-Man's webbing and wrapping it around his throat until he goes purple in the face, leaning down and whispering into his ear, "I hate you 3000. And then his lifeless body falls off the side of the building. It's just massive peak. All right, so none of that happened. Or maybe it did. You're not going to know for a few more days as of this review going out, because I'm special and important, apparently, and I was able to see this movie a few days early. And so today, right now, I'm here to report whether or not you should be incredibly excited for this movie, or if it's going to be a bigger disappointment than my kids. Let's begin in a spoiler-free review. As I'm talking about this movie, feel free to shoot that subscribe so you don't miss a future video by me. I would appreciate it. You know what else I appreciated? Seeing once again one of the stars from the Odyssey show up in this movie, John Bernthal. I mean Zendaya. He's back. I mean Tom Holland. Are there only like 8 actors in Hollywood? And I suppose we can start with the actors. That's fair. When I saw the trailers for this new Spider-Man movie, I was a tad worried about the massive amount of characters being thrown on the screen. You had ninjas, you had the Hulk, you got the Scorpion, you got some red-headed chick in a cloak. There is just too much going on. How are they going to make it all make sense? Well, they do have 2.5 hours to sort things out. This PG-13 movie is a meaty one. And thankfully, that large roster of characters never feels messy or convoluted in the slightest. In fact, it just adds to kind of the chaos and the kinetic, frantic energy that Peter Parker's dealing with this time around. This movie, unfortunately for me, piggybacks off the plot from the last film, which I thought was really stupid. Little Peter Cottontail hopping over to Doctor Strange, asking him if he can memory wipe a bunch of people so that his best friends can get into some college, or I don't even know. It's so stupid. Because of the dumbass decisions made in that movie, we now have a fourth that's dealing with those consequences. Peter's on his own. He's secluded. His friends are off doing their thing at MIT. His aunt is still deader than the deadest dog that ever died. Happy? I don't know. Where is Happy? Where the fuck is Happy? Aunt May dies and he's like, yeah, I'm out. Thanks, bye. Peter's lost pretty much everyone he cares about in his life.
Last time we saw Happy was in Deadpool and Wolverine. That was so funny. Deadpool trying to get into Avengers. And then Happy just saying, yeah, he's not here, so I'm the one that's interviewing him. I gotta watch this again.
So he's 100% focused on stopping bad guys, saving the day, having a nice little rapport with the police chief, who I'm pretty sure is that lady from The Bear. I liked her in The Bear. I liked her in this too. She's wholesome. She's inviting, and she kind of disappears for a long time, and I thought the movie forgot about her. This movie and the story, thankfully, do not forget about what matters. And I am happy to report, this time around, we see him actually swinging around on things. And I think it's because we have a brand new director this time who wanted to showcase more the video game-esque side of things. I kid you not, I'm a big fan of the Insomniac Spider-Man games. I think they're pretty damn awesome. There were 5 or 6 moments in this film where it felt like I was watching a cutscene, or I was kind of playing along with the action as it was going. Whether it's Spider-Man zipping between buildings, or fighting a few guys on the ground where he's limbering up first and then spinning around, throwing out quips, it's all great. Even the suit kind of reminded me of the video game as it's marking things in a little orange box with directions on it. I thought, all right, I'm hopping off of this rooftop. I'm going to talk to this NPC quick. She's going to have me go over there and do this mission, and then I'll go back to the main story. And this is all complimentary, by the way. I really liked this movie. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was paced incredibly well outside of one moment that halts things to a stop And it's unfortunately after about 20 to 30 minutes of just awesome momentum going in. I'm not going to spoil what it is, but it's one of those good old-fashioned MCU bullcrap things where they wedge in a character and you're like, what are you doing? Why? I don't need this scene in the movie. But once that's out of the way, it's off to the races again. If you were hoping, because the last movie kind of wiped the slate clean as far as the story goes, that we're not going to get a lot of Ned or MJ, I think again. They're very much still a prominent piece of this story. And I know a lot of people are getting sick of the Zendaya factor, but I have to tell you, I really enjoyed her as MJ in this movie. She just fits into this better now. And I think what really makes her work is the relationship she has with Peter, or I should say the lack thereof, because she doesn't know who the hell he is. Their memory wiped. As one does. While that chemistry is not going on, we got another one with Spider-Man and the Punisher. I really have noticed these new Marvel Spider-Man movies really want him teamed up with a sidekick. No exception here. The Punisher is going to be throughout this film. Don't get me wrong, we still have plenty of solo Spider-Man stuff, but the Punisher's in it a bit more than I thought he was. And John Bernthal's character, Frank Castle, aka the Punisher, terrific. Again, outside of one little slapped-in scene, I felt the story here was really damn solid. In fact, I think this is the best of the Spider-Man Tom Holland entries. And maybe you think that sounds like really high praise, but keep in mind, I wasn't near as high on that last film as a lot of other people were. I get it. It was cool seeing all the Spider-Man guys together for 30 minutes of a movie. I just found the story to be really lacking. And while there is definitely some emotional beats that work, there is some really important moments in that film, overall, this one works far better. We have a very isolated Peter Parker here. He's beaten down, he's battered, he's bruised, he's also changing. You know, that's what happens to our bodies over time. Here's the deal, kids. As we grow and mature, we may find ourselves and our bodies changing along with that growth and that maturity. We may find ourselves excreting fluids from parts of our body we didn't know were physically possible before. And that's exactly what's going to be happening to our boy Peter. He's going through some changes. He's either going to have to learn to live with them, or he's going to have to find a way to fend them off. Bottom line is there's a lot of stuff going on here, and I really think it works wonders with the big bad of the film, which I'm not going to say anything about. But just the way these storylines kind of converge together at the end, it's very well done. So the story, we'll set that over here. It works really well. What about the action? Well, I'm glad I asked myself that question. It's great. There's a ton of it, baby. You see it in the trailer, but you do get that Spider-Man v Hulk scene. Not as long as I would have liked it to be. That's what she said. But it was still a very fun time regardless. That's what I said. There are lots of big set pieces in this. There's lots of individual brawls that take place. I mentioned the swinging has been upped a lot in this one. You feel that shit this time. He jumps off the side of a rooftop. You can almost taste the moisture from the atmosphere wicking off the side of his suit. And I really think the Spider-Man abilities are brought into the fighting a lot more in this one. He's hopping all over the place, climbing up walls. The camera spins upside down sometimes, so everything's reversed for a bit. He's webbing guys up, throwing them across, busting out some other Spider-Man doodad. Shocks the living hell out of them. Things go slow motion once in a while so we can kiss little projectiles that go by. There is also a realism to this one, which you don't see with a lot of modern MCU movies. Obviously, a lot of shenanigans taking place. There's explosions, there's tanks running down the street, Spider-Man's whipping through the sides of freaking buildings. And overall, Spider-Man and the characters in his world are more cartoonish than most. However, because of how the camera's moving, because of the practical sets at times, it really does pull you in more than some of those previous outings did, where it is very clear he's just standing in front of a green screen. So I would say top marks for the production in this movie, too. As far as the music goes, listen, it's never going to beat Danny Elfman. It's just not going to happen. The guy had a top-tier score for the Tobes movies. But, Tobes short for Tobey Maguire, of course. And while Michael Giacchino is no slouch when it comes to composing, I have no idea if I said that name correctly, you just can't top what we had before. I do like the music here. It definitely has a lower rumble this time. things feel a little heavier in the music department, but it never really stood out or brought on that wow factor, which is a shame, because a movie like this, where it does have a good scale to it, it would have been nice for my ears to hear that music come to life a little bit more. And you know what? This movie knocked it out of the park for me. One of the better MCU movies I've seen in quite some time. Not the highest of praise, considering the rough go at it they've had for a bit. If Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four are around here, Spider-Man just launches right between them into the stars. That's the difference in quality and just the epicness of it all. And Tom Holland, born to play this character. He's so good at it. I hope he can continue doing it for many more movies to come. All right, that's all I have for you today. I will have a spoiler-filled version down the road. I'll wait a couple days so people can actually see this movie for themselves. Then we'll have a conversation about it. And again, I only ask that you subscribe to the show. It's free of charge. It doesn't cost you a dime. It's quite a deal over here. Please think of leaving a comment down below as well, letting me know if you're hyped for this one. Maybe I got you a little bit more excited. You thought, it looks mid. I can tell you, it's pretty damn good. Leave a comment, let me know, like the video. Hope to see you next time for that spoiler video and everything else I put out in between. All right, take care. Thanks again for watching the video. If you didn't know, I'm a one-man operation here at Adam Does Movies. I also have a full-time job. I got a family to take care of, and I would absolutely love if you supported me on patreon.com/AdamDoesMovies like these beautiful people did here. These are the silver and gold members. There's also a bronze membership starting at $1, plus access to over 300 videos from the...
Yeah, thank you.
You and
I don't know if I want to watch Film Threat yet. Okay. Well, hold on. Oh, I forgot what it's called. I'll watch this one first.
So the question is Spider-Man Brand New Day a new day for Marvel, or is it the same different day? Let's discuss.
Our content sucks. Our content sucks.
I watch
Kinda does.
so you don't have
More
to.
or less.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Before I get started, I'd like to kindly ask you hit the like button, and please subscribe to the channel for more content.
Just like this.
Just
Do
like
that for me
this.
too. Do that for me too.
Come on.
Do it.
Do it! Peter Parker
Do
is a
it.
solo Spider-Man living alone and protecting New York City,
He's
while
eating it
facing
from the-
a new villain and a physical evolution of his powers. So Spider-Man Brand New Day is very much being sold to us as a reset for this character. The idea coming out of No Way Home appeared to be that they were finally going to give us the Spider-Man that we know and love, after turning him into a glorified sidekick for most of his MCU career. And even though I've been highly critical of Tom Holland's Spider-Man, and rightfully so, I was actually cautiously optimistic coming out of the end of No Way Home. I felt like they were about to rectify past mistakes with the character and finally allow him to be his own man, his own hero, without the restriction of other MCU characters constantly stealing his spotlight. Well, the fact of the matter is this movie is trying to convince you that that's what it's doing, but those pesky MCU pitfalls still remain. It still feels like for some reason Sony and Marvel are not confident in Tom Holland's Spider-Man to carry a movie on his own. Which doesn't make a ton of sense when you consider the level of attention that the character of Spider-Man constantly commands. I mean, Spider-Man at this point is one of the few superheroes that is 100% fatigue-proof. And this weekend's box office numbers will absolutely be reflecting.
Not always.
Show me the money. And I guess the idea with them including all of these MCU characters is they are trying to make this movie
feel as much like a comic book as
That's what I want them to.
with these very notable characters
He's
moving in and
quiet,
out of
but
the
she
story.
knows how to
But I don't
please.
think it
She
works as well
flexes
in a
well.
film as it does in a comic book. And this is a reoccurring problem with people who say that they prefer comic accurate material. To me, you have a lot more freedom in a comic line that has been running for decades. But in a movie, your job is to tell a self-contained story, for the most part. But in the MCU, with their tendency to add a lot of characters, cameos, or otherwise to it, it's exactly what makes their films consistently feel overstuffed and bloated. Now, to this film's credit, I do think that it handles the multiple high-profile character gimmick a little bit better than past MCU films have. So credit goes to director Destin Daniel Crettor for that. Also to his credit, I feel like this film has also taken a step forward from a pure filmmaking perspective compared to the John Watts films. This film, in my opinion, is a lot more enjoyable to look at from a visual perspective. And I'm just going to say this now, I do feel like this is the best Tom Holland Spider-Man movie up until this point. But being someone who is not fond of the other three movies at all, that isn't exactly the biggest compliment coming from someone like myself. You very much can see as you watch Brand New Day that they are going for a more grounded approach than the previous films. And I think those more grounded aspects of the movie are the best parts of it. The problem with that is that it does clash at times with the typical Marvel formula, which is still present. To me, because of that, it does feel like two different philosophies crammed together into one movie to a degree.
That makes sense.
At the same time, this is the most Spider-Man that a Tom Holland Spider-Man movie has ever felt. So there is progress for sure. I just wish that they leaned into the solo superhero outing even more, and I think it would have made a huge difference. Because for me at least, even coming out of this movie that I feel like was better than the previous movies, something is still missing from this version of the character. And now for solo movies into this character, and I don't really feel like we're ever going to figure out what that is. At the start of this movie, we are introduced to a Spider-Man who is fully dedicated to the job, this version of the character. And now for solo progress for sure, I just wish that they leaned into the solo superhero outing even more, and I think it would have made a huge difference. Because for me at least, even coming out of this movie that I feel like was better than the previous movies, something is still missing from this version of the character. And now for solo movies into this character, and I don't really feel like we're ever going to figure out what that is. At the start of this movie, we are introduced to a Spider-Man who is fully dedicated to the job because after the spell, he has nothing else. He has no one else. But because of this, he does go through somewhat of a somber existential crisis throughout the film that works in some aspects, but not in others. I do think that some of the more emotional, heartfelt things that are going on in this movie do work sometimes, but a lot of times they are undermined by too much going on screen. This is a surprisingly somewhat serious movie, but it does have those moments of levity that you come to expect from an MCU film. And some of those moments land, and some of them do not. Because of the 4-year time jump, and because this universe is already fully infested with superpowered beings or guys in masks, we do kind of skip over the public does not know how to feel about Spider-Man phase. I mean, he's already working closely with the cops in this movie, and I do think that it's things. We have the Hulk, of course, who is presented much better here than in some of his recent appearances in the MCU. But even so, he still does feel somewhat shoehorned into this movie. I mean, I get why he's there. There are parallels to be drawn between what Bruce is going through and what Peter is going through with his new mutation. But the connection as it is presented in the movie does feel very surface level, and it feels more like they connected those dots retroactively just to make sure that Hulk was in the movie. But I have to admit, the Spider-Man vs. Hulk duel
was pretty cool to see for the first time on the big screen. The Punisher, unfortunately, is mostly played for laughs in this movie, although I did enjoy a lot of the banter between him and Spider-Man. I thought it was pretty decent. His most emotional moment comes towards the end of the film in the final act, where they desperately try to wrap up the Spider-Man Punisher friendship subplot. MJ and Ned are of course also back, and they are very much there to remind Peter and the audience of everything that Spider-Man had to sacrifice. And maybe if there was at least one other movie in between this one and No Way Home where Peter was truly left on his own, without seeing them at all, without including them in the movie at all, Peter being away from them, the conflict that comes along with that, and their reunion would probably mean a lot more. For me at least, to go from, yeah, they're completely out of his life in one movie, to bringing them back in the very next movie, does kind of undermine the stakes in both No Way Home and this film.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
And can I talk about Sadie Sink yet? I mean, her character is very much the worst kept secret on the internet right now. But just for the purposes of spoilers, I won't say what that character is here. But Sadie plays the villain of this story, and the character is a very notable one in the Marvel Universe. And I actually do think that she does a great job in the role. But having another character of this magnitude be the main villain of a Spider-Man movie feels like an odd choice considering Spidey's great rogues gallery that has yet to be fully tapped into. It feels like she is kind of only there to plant the seeds for another upcoming MCU project. And it does give this movie a little bit of an Iron Man 2 vibe, where it's just meant to be setting up what's next. But now in 2026, it doesn't feel anywhere near as exciting or fresh as it did in Iron Man 2. We also have Yelena in an extended cameo role vibe, where it's just meant to be setting up what's next. But now in 2026, it doesn't feel anywhere near as exciting or fresh as it did in Iron Man 2. We also have Yelena in an extended cameo.
It's a bit oversaturated at this point, right? We're kind of tired of seeing all these little mid-credit scenes leading up to the next big thing, you know? I mean, we're going to watch them, but we're still tired of seeing them, so it's just kind of... It's just a question of should we keep doing it or not, so...
Cameo role in the film, where her main purpose is to help Spider-Man from time to time and be the vehicle for the typical Marvel cringe humor. Scorpion was unfortunately underutilized and underwhelming. Being the biggest Spider-Man villain in this movie, it kind of sucks that he is reduced to nothing more than a pawn in this story. I actually think that the mutation angle in this film is simultaneously the best thing about it, as well as the biggest wasted opportunity. Peter's powers changing due to the emotional toll on his body is not anything new. This is ground that we have covered before. And they do at times take a Venom-esque storyline approach to this, where Peter is unable to control himself in certain situations. And this leads him to trying to suppress the mutation, and the whole message behind the movie is that if he wants to be both Spider-Man and Peter, he needs to accept what's happening. Message! I just happen to think that they should have taken it a step further and went full-on Man-Spider, turning him into the villain of this movie, even if it's only temporarily, would have been the unique spin that this film desperately needs to set it apart from all other Spider-Man movies. And I think the timing of it would have been perfect, actually, considering this movie doesn't really have a credible villain. And it did kind of feel like they wanted to go this route, but decided against it for whatever reason. But you can't help but think about what could have been. The mutation angle also does feel like they are chasing the ghost of Tobey Maguire once again in this film. I mean, giving Tom Holland's version of the character now organic web shooters, in addition to Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, as well as J.K. Simmons' J. Jonah Jameson,
too,
at this point, Tom Holland's Spider-Man is never beating these I don't have my own identity allegations. As far as the other things that I did like in this movie, I felt like the suit itself looked great. In my opinion, the best suit put on screen for Spider-Man since Sam Raimi's suit all those years ago. And I actually did enjoy all of the fighting and action sequences, even if they already shown them all in the trailers. To me, I felt a very clear inspiration from the Insomniac Spider games on this film. And if you're going to take inspiration from other Spider-Man media, that's probably one of the best places to start. In connection with that, you can also see seeds being planted for a possible passing of the torch to Miles Morales later on down the road. And depending on where you sit, that may either be a good thing or a bad thing.
No, don't like that.
We also got a new variation of the "with great power comes great responsibility" line from Hot Dead Aunt May. I don't know why these movies continue to tiptoe around one of the most pivotal things in Spider-Man lore, but it continues here. And by the way, this movie has one of the worst post-credits scenes that I've ever seen in an MCU movie before. I mean, I get it, we're clearly setting up where this character is going, with Doomsday and Secret Wars on the horizon. But the way that they do it is the cinematic equivalent of this could have been an email. I was actually kind of offended for the people that care, who had to wait around for this nothing burger of a scene. Overall, as I said, probably the best Tom Holland Spider-Man movie for me personally, but yet somehow still not where I need it to be. Definitely an improvement when it comes to the Spider-Man character himself, but there are a lot of things to me that bog down what otherwise could have been an incredibly action-packed and emotional movie. Unfortunately, as a long-term, die-hard Spider-Man fan, I am still having a lot of difficulty fully connecting with this version of the character. So yeah, I really didn't feel much as I was watching this movie, and that's why I'm going to give Spider-Man Brand Spider-Man fan, I am still having a lot of difficulty fully connecting with this version of the character. So yeah, I really didn't feel much as I was watching this movie. I am, unfortunately, as a long-term die-hard Spider-Man fan, I am still having a lot of difficulty fully connecting with this version of the character. So yeah,
because he's not. I kind of don't know how to explain it. And once again, I don't have anything against the actors like Tom Holland or Zendaya, but it's not. There's something missing, and I can't pinpoint what it is. Maybe I should kind of watch the West of, even the Andrew Garfield one, to kind of trying to, and immediately the Tobey Maguire, it set all this up. Not only did it set up Marvel period, well, actually no, it was, of course it was Blade first and it was X-Men, but Spider-Man really set the Marvel in motion. We would not have an MCU without it, period. So Tobey Maguire, Kirsten Dunst, Sam Raimi, he did something. The director of Evil Dead, of all things, Evil fucking Dead, we're talking about a book, the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead. Nobody expected Sam Raimi to fucking direct. Just think about that for a second. And I'm not. This is the people say I'm overthinking things. You got a director of a scary movie comedy. Now he's directing not just a superhero film, but the superhero film. Oh, you mean Superman? No, not Superman, although that's a good guess. Spider-Man. We're talking about the ones that, yes, the adults love Superman, but we're talking about the ones that kids love. We're talking about a kid favorite. Everybody. Hell, you got kids in India, you got kids in third world countries starving to death. Africa. They would give up their entire week's meal just to get a comic book. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. You see a little kid dying. So my son is dying. Yeah, but his ass is dying happy because he's reading Spider-Man. That's going over, but I apologize. That's how much they love Spider. Maybe not all the graphic scenes with this man Spider and stuff, but they love Spider-Man. Now all of a sudden you got a director of a scary movie directing Spider-Man. 2002. Now he's getting Kirsten Dunst was kind of known with the interview with the vampire, and then Bring It On. But admittedly, Spider-Man put her uphill. She got more. I think she more or less got more worse. Tobey Maguire did too. And the thing is, here's the thing: you didn't really see a lot of these actors. Okay, thanks to social media, these actors get more deals. Think about it. Zendaya got more deals because of her role as MJ in this Spider-Man. That's how she got in Challengers, and then eventually in drama and other movies. Social media. We were talking about a fan favorite movie before social media, because Tobey Maguire, he got more deals, but he didn't get a whole lot of deals. He still was not a superstar. You know what I'm saying? The movie was well loved amongst fans more than it was casual viewers versus, something like Mission Impossible. That was loved more by casual viewers than it was, fans. What I'm getting to say is, you're not gonna have anything Marvel without Spider-Man. Yeah, they were probably gonna make a sequel to X-Men, but look, Spider-Man is the shit. That is Stan Lee's first creation. You got people asking, why did they wait? To me, not to compare Peter Parker with Jesus, but Jesus didn't just walk in. He had people went before him, right? His own cousin, John the Baptist, walked before him. His own cousin was born 6 months before him. Why? What's better? You to walk first, or you to have somebody going before you announcing your presence? I'll give you a few seconds to think that. The reason why it's better to have somebody announcing your presence, because this is why Jacob did it when it comes to Jacob was at war with Esau. He decided to send his brother a gift, his older brother a gift. But he didn't want to do it himself. He wanted to send a messenger with that gift, because his brother Esau was mad at him. So he said, instead of me going to my brother, I want to give him, I want to kind of, show my love for him by having a messenger on horseback to send his gift. Because when somebody's mad at you, the moment they see your face, they're going to attack, especially if it's between brothers. So if you send somebody with a different face, yeah, it's a little better. But my point is, having somebody announce your upcoming arrival works a lot better from a dramatic sense alone. So the way I see it, the Spider-Man film with Tobey Maguire, it's best to have Blade, which was not even seen as a Marvel movie, by the way. X-Men, which obviously was, because that was already a favorite. And then you had both those two. You had Blade go before X-Men. X-Men, yeah, we saw that coming. Then you had both those movies come before Spider-Man. It kind of makes it better because, oh shit, you just brought out Spider-Man. Bring them all of it. This is why you gotta have. This is why it worked. Like I said, it's rigged. All of this is planned. Not all of it's fake, but all of it's planned. Anyway, what was I saying? So I'm sorry, Tom Holland, but there's two other actors that did the work before you, and I know you know this. Tobey Maguire did the work for Andrew Garfield. They both did the work for Tom Holland. Now they all did their own work. I'm not gonna. They all did their own work. I get it, but so far as fans are concerned, Tobey Maguire is still the OG. That's why it's so hard to kind of see. I still think Tom Holland has got some work to do. Maybe not a whole lot, because I don't want to exaggerate it, but I think he's still got some work to do. You know, I want to make sure I'm speaking into my mic, so that's why I'm leaning over to the right a bit. I got my fan propped up, so the air doesn't breathe into the mic, you won't hear it. But yeah, I had to figure that trick out. So that's why I'm mixed. I'm kind of mixed on this. I like the film, but I'm careful not to like it too much because I think there's still something lacking in Peter. You know, I like the actors. Tom Holland is very good. He hits those emotional bits very well. Maybe it's just the story. Maybe it's just writers, bro. I don't doubt Tom Holland. I do not doubt him. I think he can. I know we can. He's got the potential. It's just his writers. It's not the actors with me. It's not even Zendaya. I don't have a problem with Zendaya. It just occurred to me that I'm looking too much into my screen. Let me go first. Since I'm giving a long monologue here. I don't have a problem with Zendaya. You know? I'm tired of people thinking I got a problem with Zendaya. I don't. Well, Michael, she's mixed just like you. Why do you hate her? I never said I hated her. I think she's a great actress. Would I have a crush on her if she was not married to Tom? I highly doubt it, because to me she's too thin. But it's not her. It's her writers. I don't like the way her character of MJ. I think that's pretty much short for Michelle Jones Watson, by the way. So somehow she's related to Mary Jane Watson. I don't know. I don't know how. No, she's probably not. It's just a different variant, you know, multiverse. Because this is universe 616 right now, actually. The MCU universe, where the MCU resides. I still don't like the idea or the execution of the multiverse, by the way. But I don't know. She's not mature enough, I guess. And she's too Gen Z. She's too close to her generation. And I get it. I mean, you look at Zendaya, born, you know, September 1st, 1996. She's 29. In about the next month, she's going to be 30. Her husband is already 30. I think he's 30. Yeah, she's beautiful. So maybe I would have a crush on her if she wasn't married to Tom Holland. Maybe. I don't know. These are her parents. Yeah, her mother's white. Yeah, she's white. Her mother's white. She's half black, half white like me. Anyway, love the actress. Well, is her husband is definitely not this guy. He missed. All Tom Holland's in there married, not got. What does Tom call him there? He calls about minimally married. It went viral after it's still good carpet. Nobody knows. Yeah. Is it Marie? Anyway, ethnicity. You know, people can look this up. She's got African American. Zendaya is biracial with African American and white European roots. White European, like there's a black European. Her father is black American with Nigerian ancestries. Yeah, that's straight up black. Her mother is white with German and Scottish ancestry, straight up white. Oh, he's midnight black. He's like what did Charles Murphy say? Darkness. Read about the darkness. Darkness. They call it both darkness. Think about it. These are black. Before the days of Wesley Snipes, back then, before the days of Wesley Snipes, we're the blackest niggas on the planet according to James. See, this is the days before Wesley Snipes. Back then, we were the blackest niggas on the planet according to James. It was hilarious. Anyway, yeah, she's 30 years old. So, see, I don't know. She's an older Gen Z, Zillennial, cusp like born in 1996, who top polls as the celebrity young adults most want to emulate. She is a deeply Gen Z through her private profile, vintage forward fashion, and brownish ethnicity. Found that Gen Z adults choose gender as ethnicity is really their most want to emulate, beating out major figures like Taylor Swift, Beyonce. Damn. That piracy, this model she remains super 90s and back to body condition. Only projecting with love. Fans of her ability to navigate cultural missteps, heavily public to the exposure. Gen Z, so she did. What the fucking hell? Oh, I play some USB so. Hispanic culture icon for generation. Yeah, Genius is a universe of Spider-Man. Okay. He's an old Gen Z. Let's see. Age range. Those people from 1997 to 2002. Well, from 1997. It wavers a bit. It's not exactly on par. Because Wikipedia says 1997. Oh, look, Wikipedia says mid to late 1990s. Yeah, so you gotta be careful with it. It says mid to late 1990s, not early 90s. I'm 1991. If I was born in 1998, yeah. Use the mid to late 1990s as starting both years, and the early 2010s as ending both years. So it's an entire 2 decades, I guess. About 15 years, mid to late. You talk about 1995 to 1999. Now, I was born in 1991. It was. Yes. This is the only Windows yes, I'm a late Gen Y. You see, early 80s, starting both years, in the mid 90s is early Gen Y.
Yeah, I really didn't feel much as I was watching this movie, and that's why I'm going to give Spider-Man Brand New Day the careless Sam Gerard.
Damn, man.
I don't care! Y'all be cool. Right on.
Hi everyone, this is Nadia and Jake.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna call the movie peak. I'm not. But I did like it more than No Way Home. I did. The only appeal of No Way Home, I don't give a damn what anybody says. The only appeal of No Way Home is the fact that you got the other two Spider-Man. That's it. That's the only appeal. That's the only appeal. If you didn't have those other two, it would be just another Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. I'm sorry. The only reason why we have a Spider-Man 4 with Tom Holland is because of the massive success of Spider-Man No Way Home, number 3. The reason why that has such a massive success is because Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield. Doesn't matter if they appeared late in the movie. People knew that they were going to appear late in the movie because there were rumors, and this is when rumors were massive. This is why we've got to stop having the rumors. We got to. It's I hate it when things are spoiled. I'm just. It's just not peak to me. And yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do this.
Just before we start this video, a quick announcement that I'm going to be hosting a fan meetup and film premiere event in London on September 10th. There shall be film screenings, live Q&As on stage afterwards, and drunken rants in the bar upstairs. We did one in Toronto a few weeks ago and it was excellent fun, so we decided to repeat it in the UK since... you know, I live there. So if you're in the London area on September the 10th and you fancy attending, click the link in the description to book your tickets now. Anyway, gentlemen, Spooderman. You guys have all seen it. I've seen it. We've all experienced it. It's the movie of the year, apparently. Why are we talking about anything else when Spider-Man's out?
I don't want to.
How did you find it? What was your impressions of it?
I'm being careful.
Anyone can go first. Whoever wants to step into the breach, dear friends.
Well, as always, it was a mixed bag. I enjoyed the action. I thought the soundtrack was great. There's some good performances all round. But the main problem is with Jean Grey, the main villain, how she was portrayed and what they chose to do with her. And also, having Zendaya and Ned back into the story, it feels like they invalidate the last movie. Because the last movie is all about getting rid of them. And
I love how, like, 10 seconds into Reaper's review, he just spoils the fuck out of this movie.
I mean,
spoilers.
What did you think of it? Jean Grey, first words.
Did you think it's Jean Grey? Okay.
Was anyone surprised by that?
Nah, fucking everyone must have known.
I guess the people that didn't know, I bet they were.
The person who gave Gary $1,000 who lost a bet. That person was surprised. And they DM'd me about it, and I confirmed.
Well, it's good that they paid up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think... Sorry, yeah.
Zendaya's wasted another role this year. I mean, she wasn't really doing anything in the Odyssey, and she didn't really do anything here. So you got to wonder why they keep putting her in these movies. I don't think she's a bad actress or anything, but it's like, what is she doing? She's not... Like, Ned and Mary Jane didn't do anything this whole movie. They were just there to give Peter some emotional trial, and like they had no drive, no motivation, didn't really do anything.
This is supposed to be 5 years after the last movie. Why is Ned still acting like a retarded teenager when he's been through a MIT and he's a full professional now? I don't understand why he hasn't changed at all.
Well, he has one scene where he says
you have to lift on.
Sorry, he still plays with Legos. I mean, who does that?
I mean, he has like one scene where he says something incredibly intelligent, like theorizing about the chemical composition of his webs. And even Spider-Man's like, "Oh yeah, you're pretty close there, actually." But that's it.
Point of contention.
That's what.
It's Michelle Jones, not Mary Jane.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I forgot. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Chris, what did you think of it?
Objection.
I agree with Reaper. It's a mixed bag. There's a much better 2-hour movie in this, but it's 2 hours and 25 minutes. A second, third act that's like another movie involving Jean Grey and all the bloated side quest characters that you don't care about, like the annoying New York cop that's always on the phone and dragging her kids everywhere, which I guess
it's because she's black.
She came from the comics, the games. I don't care. She's boring and annoying, along with most of the other The Yelena being in this movie, what was that point? And her forcing
her to be naked in the pool. They just cannot show any cleavage or down under because it's rated PG-13. But that's why, because her to be naked in the pool. That's why we love some Fluence Pure. I love some vanilla. I'm sorry.
Spider-Man to strip naked and get in the sauna to have a conversation was stupid, humiliating, annoying. This movie is very Gen Z. It's very Gen Z about loneliness, too much obsession with tech. I thought, even though Tony Stark is not a part of this, he's Boy Stark again. With so many million screens, 3D printer that can magically print anything. There's so much good about this movie. The action is the best I've ever seen Spider-Man in any movie ever. It's great. It's, stripped from the comics, stripped from the games. So Spidey action, awesome. I like John Bernthal's Punisher. But it's bloated with, I felt like the HR department was saying, you know what we need? More screen time with the New York cop going around with their kids in the subway. And make sure to say, hi, Spider-Man.
Okay, so
I was, that character annoyed me.
And they acted like they knew each other, so like she was in all the movies up to this point.
Yeah,
she was brand new to this one. It didn't make any sense.
Yeah, so that annoyed the shit. So, look, I liked it better than the Odyssey, but I'll say that this movie is bloated unnecessarily. Why? I think the director did his job, but he was stuck with that script. And whatever HR department was telling him what to do and how to cast. It's a very diverse movie, and it's really interesting the types of characters that are leading Peter Parker along. He really has no agency. And I miss Peter Parker doing shit, figuring stuff out, failing, which is fine. I want to see my heroes fail and then triumph, learn something. But I found every side character to just slow the movie down, and it annoyed the crap out of me. I don't know if others feel the same way, but that's how I.
It definitely was too long. I agree with that 100%.
There's a lot of that.
Not really.
I'm inclined to agree with the sentiment that it's a bit bloated. It kind of jumps all over the place for the first 30-40 minutes before it really finds its feet and gets moving. I feel like it could have got started with the main plot line a little bit quicker. Weirdly, I didn't mind the cop that much because I kind of like the idea of Spider-Man liaising with them a little bit. I don't know if they needed to be. I guess they had to personify it in one person, just so that the audience can engage with it a little bit. I didn't really mind her. She's not really good or bad. She's just kind of there. But it makes sense that he would try and coordinate with them a little bit if he's they're both on the same side ultimately. The bringing back MJ and Ned, I feel like it undermines the whole point of the previous movie. I was ready to say goodbye to them. They had their poignant farewell. He sacrificed ultimately his friendship with Ned and his love relationship with MJ for the greater good, the necessity of what he does, and it made sense. It's part of what Spider-Man is, and so to have them come back but just be this slightly wishy-washy, they're there but they don't remember him, and there's a sort of tenuous relationship but it doesn't really go anywhere, was a little bit unnecessary and kind of frustrating. Bringing people like Yelena in just feels like they're still trying so hard to make her happen, and she's not going to happen.
She's horrendous.
I don't know why they keep trying to make her a thing. She's this really fascinating character that we want to see more of. She's really fucking boring and annoying. So I don't get the point of that whatsoever. You could remove her from the film altogether and it would do nothing. Pairing him up with the Punisher is an odd choice. I didn't hate it. I think, the two actors spar well off each other. I think they're okay. This is a toned down Punisher, obviously, to be suitable for family audiences. It's all right, I guess. I didn't feel like he was that necessary to the movie, but whatever. But yeah, Jean Grey is a bit of an odd one. Again, it feels like they're setting up Doomsday by having her introduced, and we've got to make her a thing, but they didn't really flesh her out that well. And I don't know, Sadie Sink I like her way more than Sansa Stark. What the actress's name?
Sophie Turner.
Is Sophie Turner?
You
Yeah,
mean
like
Lara Croft.
yeah, she's the real Lara Croft.
Did you
she's
notice
like
that they never
way
said
better than her
mutant?
as an actor? Sorry, what?
I said, did you notice that they didn't say mutant a single time? They made sure to avoid that. They very strategically worked around what they could use and what they couldn't use.
I don't think we're even there yet to be discussing in these films. I don't think we're even ready to be discussing the mutant element. They're only starting to introduce
because she's
the first X-Men character that's going to be going forward. So
she's not.
I tell you, the biggest issue I had with it, weirdly, really was the whole like the arachnid DNA is starting to take over him more and more, right? And it's like you're initially wondering like, where's this going? Is it almost going to be like Venom, where it becomes this like symbiotic relationship, and like it takes control of him at times, or he's almost like a Hulk, and he can't control this thing, and he's going to become violent and dangerous. But the movie just kind of doesn't know what to do with it. Eventually, he just sort of accepts it, and then he's able to control it, and everything's fine. And I'm like, well, what was really the point of that? What are you really trying to tell me about this character with this thing that's going on with him?
I thought the different characters had thematical beats. Like the Punisher, you're just like Spider-Man, the Punisher. I mean, they've done teams up before, but to me, Punisher was a representation of Spider-Man's loss. And so that's why he was gravitating towards the Punisher. He goes inside the boat. The Punisher's dead family pictures are up. MJ highlights it, closes it immediately. That's Tom. That's Spider-Man's. That's Peter's loss. Hulk is in it. I thought thematically the Hulk was representing you can't change. And so that's why he was gravitating towards the Punisher. I mean, they've done teams up before. But to me, Punisher was a representation of Spider-Man's loss. And so that's why he was gravitating towards the Punisher. He goes inside the boat. The Punisher's dead family pictures are up. MJ highlights it, closes it immediately. That's Tom. That's Spider-Man's. That's Peter's loss. Hulk is in it. I thought thematically the Hulk was representing you can't change the nature of who you are. When he
Meaning that the mutation, while Punisher represents, he lost. Because, like, the Punisher lost his family.
He had his inhibitor. Spider-Man's trying to put the inhibitor on to suppress the arachnid DNA. They need to try and suppress Jean Grey's telepathic abilities, and Hulk is wearing his suppressor to stop him from becoming Savage Hulk. When it's first taken away...
See, that's what I've been questioning, because, you know, in the She-Hulk, he is... human, and I see that on his arm. I'm like, why didn't he just stay Hulk? I guess because he gets taller after a while, and it scares some people because he kind of becomes a celebrity. But I guess way more with kids than he does. So adults, and he can't get into certain areas, rightfully so. It's just a movie thing. And he had
Jean Grey can control Hulk and he's Professor Hulk.
That's my shit.
But the whole point, but Peter's trying to warn her that you can't control this man. And so when the link is broken, Peter thinks that he can reason with Professor Hulk to take him down. But that's when we get he's in my head.
It's cooking.
And you initially thought Jean Grey's back in his head. It's just like, no, he's in my head. And then it's the Savage Hulk. So you can't change the nature of who you are. Spider-Man, Peter Parker in this film, to me, can't change who he is. He's a hero through and through, but he's also somebody that needs to have his family. He needs to have his life. He needs to have his friends, and that's why. Even though I would have preferred that they moved on from Ned and MJ, because they did set that up, it would have been nice to bring in Felicia, Black Cat. Would have been nice to bring in actual MJ. They could have really have played with different aspects that way, but in bringing it back, I actually thought they dealt with it in a very clever way, because there's I thought a really good scene between MJ and Peter where she finds his letter that he wrote at the end of the third film, and he goes on about this is how he felt and this is how he feels about her and this is how we were together and all this, and then she just goes, I can't remember anything, because the spell was so good. The spell was really good. she was just, and I thought that was a great way of dealing with it. And the only way that we see the relationship coming together is when she saw him interacting with Ned, and they were on the same page. They had the same humor. They were finishing each other's kind of conversations, etc. And it was like at that moment she realized, although I can't remember any of this, and I can't remember us, and I can't remember our relationships, that letter that he wrote, he was telling the truth. I believe what he was saying in that. I can see elements. I mean, I really wish Hollywood would stop playing with a woman's greatest fantasies to cheat on a boyfriend, but I mean, I guess we're not there yet.
I think that they missed out on an opportunity, because obviously you have Jean jumping into people's heads and reading their memories and all this stuff. They could have easily turned this into because she jumps into MJ's head at the one point, that the memories are actually still there, just kind of blocked off. It could have been something along those lines.
I like that it wasn't, because that'd be cheap.
But they kind of ended up doing it at the end anyway, though. They kind of ended up doing something like that at the end.
Well, no, because they didn't. He wasn't with MJ by the end. There wasn't that. It was they were planting the seeds. They were planting the seeds on where that one's going. They didn't rush that. I'm all on the same page with Jean Grey. The starting aspect of Jean Grey was very bizarre, because her beef is with damage control. Why is she killing innocent people?
Also, she doesn't need to kill anybody. She could, if she's able to just jump into somebody from damage control, and then just jump your way through every single person in there till you have the information you need, and then leave, and no one dies.
I think she was doing that at first with the whole tank thing. That was the point of the tank, right? That you initially see Fake Cancer. I gotta say it again for Fake Cancer. It's so awesome. But that was the initial thing of the tank, right? But Peter got in the way. When Peter got in the way, he made himself a target for Jean Grey. Because like she said it herself. I keep trying to get to it, but you keep getting in my way. Yeah, as the black guy, which I found intimidating myself, if I had a woman, not to be racist or anything, but if I had a black woman guy, really anybody, if I had anybody get in my face like that, I'd be like, dude, what's up? What we going? You're getting a little bit too familiar. Oh, okay, I see you're not yourself. Okay, so you're obviously this person I'm looking for. But yeah, she mentions how Peter keeps getting in her way, and eventually. And I'm still stuck on this. How did she find out his true identity? That's what I don't get. She had to get that information somehow.
And you never have to worry. And since they don't remember shit, they don't even remember what happened. You got all the information, and it didn't affect anybody's lives.
But then, I don't know, how quickly does she absorb all that information?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She could have just. Yeah, it was pretty quick, but it also doesn't matter. She has infinite time to do it. She's not drawing any attention. She's literally just the person that's supposed to be there. It's not like they're gonna flag a fingerprint or something that she's not supposed to be here.
And she jumps into Peter Parker's mind and knows everything about him. She jumps into Zendaya's mind and knows everything about her. It takes no time. Like the opening incident, why does she bother to free Scorpion? Because that's like the first part of it. She drives an APC into the prison. And then Scorpion never plays into the rest of the movie.
Yeah, he appears later on and gets taken out. I guess she just thought taking control of a powerful being would give her better access.
But he's not attacking. He's not attacking damage control. He's just raiding some shop. Like he's not actually going for the vault. Like I think the main.
I get what you're saying. I think that's why that early segment had me a little bit frustrated with the movie, where it's like, okay, what's the point of this? What's the point of Scorpion? What's the point of these little attacks that you're staging? Where's this going? And it doesn't really come together until probably maybe a third of the way through the movie, and then it starts to you get a better sense of what the stakes are and what's going on. But it does feel a bit fragmented when you're starting off. Mauler, you've been quiet so far. Give us your thoughts.
It's a bad movie. It's very bad.
All right, anyway, moving on.
Honestly, I'm not a fan of
bloated,
that
disjointed,
period,
nonsensical,
it's to me,
disrespectful, if not outright
that's a good
malicious in its
movie. This is a
messaging
good
regarding
movie. I'm
Jean
not
Grey.
gonna
I think
because
she
they're
is
two different
the
franchises
rotten
altogether.
spine to this movie that everything she touches damages significantly,
But I
to the
agree
point
with
where I
him, like, what's
have
the point of
nothing but
doing
respect
that?
for
And I'm trying
Az's
to figure
assessment
that
of the
out
theme, but I think
myself.
it is impossible for it to work with Jean Grey in this film.
She didn't
She
need
just
to,
destroys
then
everything.
Again, let's keep it in mind her age.
But that wouldn't
She's younger
be
than
as
Peter,
bad if
right?
that were the
Why
only
does
thing,
Peter
like a
miss?
broken villain.
Well, so she
But
starts
like
Tina's-
Punisher,
that's
as far as
why.
I'm concerned, is a
Impulse
retarded
control.
pussy in this film.
Nothing said.
Like he's an idiot.
Alpha,
First of all,
yes. Nope,
I'm going to
bad
take on the
parenting.
Hulk with a gun
Because what, the
when
mom
he's been in the
threw him out.
MCU for this fucking
I
long.
think that's
What,
psychology,
like,
the mom
what
threw
the
him.
fuck? And then, of course, Spider-Man has to explain to him how to strategize against the Hulk. Frank Castle has to have explanations for this shit. And then he's like, I'm afraid of going against the Hulk. I'll go against the girl. I'll go shoot her. It's like, warning, she has the telepathic ability to mind control you. And he's like, don't worry about it. And then gets mind controlled immediately.
Yeah, it's like you don't get within 30 feet of her and it's like immediately
And then,
into the same room as her.
while she mind controls him, she forces him
Until
to
they
kill
become
two innocent
teenagers.
people. And that never comes up. Never
They were
mentioned.
kids
He
up
just
until
gets
the
over
point
that
they
instantly.
told him.
Then his
Does it
conclusion.
shoot him in the legs? And I know it's different for
I
women.
thought I
Shoot
could
them in the
have
head. That's the thing.
But not to mention, right? Like, I think that connects to the character so significantly that it should absolutely have been acknowledged. But regardless, his conclusion is, "Fuck this woman. She's forcing everybody to kill each other. She's a nightmare. She's a monster, and now she's threatening the entire city. I'm going to set up a sniper rifle and kill her." He sets it up. And what he sees is Spider-Man and Jean Grey locked in some kind of potential mind battle. He doesn't know what's going on. So he shoots her, and Spider-Man takes... Spoilers. Spider-Man takes the bullet, and we cut to Punisher apologizing for this and crying. When the character would absolutely say, I was right and you were a fucking moron to take the bullet for her.
Where do we stand on damage control? Like, are they evil?
They
Or are
were
they just like an
contrived
evil...
by Tony Stark in conjunction with the government. They have only been trying to do good things for the universe. The fact that they are Mengele-style torturing people is insane nonsense. And
I think in the comics they become more and more militant to damage control.
Very frustrating.
I can at least understand Jean Grey taking out the guy who I thought were dead, but then she said something like, don't reach for your guns, and they were on the floor, and they kind of went, okay, so somehow they weren't dead. But I had a bigger problem with the guy that she just fucking walked into the street to get hit by the taxi.
No. Well, if we want to talk, I assume everyone agrees Jean Grey is just thoroughly assassinated, monstrous moron in this film. And
I don't know if she's a moron, but she's definitely evil.
She's definitely a moron. She didn't have to do all the shit she did. Why the fuck, if all you need to do is take control of Metzger to get all the information you need, just get him when he's in his fucking house. Why are you doing all this shit? Why are you taking some old lady janitor into a tank to run it into the damage control?
It's because of her range. And Peter figures this out. She has a very, I'm not gonna say limited, but she has a certain range. And the reason why it's even called hopping is because she's literally mind hopping to different ones. Her sister Sarah shows her this in the flashback that's near the end of it. Sarah herself, she cannot just jump that far. She has to hop. She has to go to the nearest one and hop farther away. So that's why it's called hopping. It's like she's not jumping at that point. She's body hopping. Then she's able to jump, like full-on leap, but she's still limited by range. And because she's still limited by range, she can't get to them because she doesn't even know where they're located. And she has to get into people's heads to kind of to read their mind to see locations anyway. So it's a bit of like common sense thinking and some science analysis, I guess. Why can't she? She would have done that clearly if she had the knowledge of knowing who they are. I mean, and honestly, it's made to make it look. We have to draw out Peter, right? How else are you gonna get Peter on her radar? You have to give him a villain to fight, other than because you've already sent Scorpion to jail, and also this explains how Scorpion kind of gets out. I gotta watch it again. He got let go, right? Because she probably got in somebody's head to get him to get out so that she could possess him and use him just to draw out Spider.
Data centers and correctional facilities to release the Scorpion in order to mind control him into a data center to then hack to find out what VMAX is. What are you doing, woman? Why are you
She's also a kid. She's also a kid. So keep that in mind. They don't make the best decisions.
taking some old lady janitor into a tank to run it into the damage control data centers and correctional facilities to release the Scorpion in order to mind control him into a data center to then hack to find out what VMAX
He's
is.
alive.
What are you doing, woman?
And why did the janitor even have access to the tank? That's a better question.
Put all that to the side. If we actually agreed all of that was necessary, why, like as just referenced, why are you walking an innocent man into the road to get hit by a car? What the fuck is that? What's the necessary part of your plan with that?
Because she loves her sister, man. Come on.
And then at the end of the film has the fucking balls to say, "Hey, man, you're beautiful." And you're loved, and you know what? Like that's special. Peter and the Punisher both facilitate her escaping justice. It's absolute bullshit. She should be in jail.
Should be in jail. Yeah, well, she's not in jail. She's on the loose. These reviews are getting interesting, I gotta say. Anyway, about it for me for tonight. The Pathetic. Yeah, the Pacific Enter Odyssey. I'm still doing the Odyssey. There we go. All the hate around Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. I kind of want to jump into some review. Okay, let's see what Justival says. I love.
Hello,
Please
everyone.
don't. Subscribe to
Justival,
me.
aka Female Frodo Baggins, is here. And this is going to be one of my more strangely structured
right, bitch.
reviews because I saw Spider-Man Brand New Day, and I'm
sorry.
actually glad that I saw some things in reviews that made me nervous because it got me to lower my expectations for what this was going to be as a Spider-Man fan. And
You should have already done that, sweetheart. You know what? I raised my expectations too high, so I can't judge without judging myself. I'm guilty of it.
Going into the movie. And then the movie not only met my highest expectations, but it exceeded my highest expectations for what this Spider-Man movie could possibly be. As a Spider-Man film,
Billy, I think she's overglazing it for views.
It is not me exaggerating to say that this is one of the best Spider-Man films of all time. This is by far the best superhero movie that we have gotten in the last 7 or 8 years or something like that. It's not even close. It's No Way Home, I guess. But apart from No Way Home, the other Sony Spider-Man film, it's not even close of how this movie answered all of my problems that I had with Tom Holland's Spider-Man and even all of my problems that I've had with superheroes and their lack of heroism and all of that. And we're going to break it all down. But here is where the review is going to be strange. As a Spider-Man film, this is a 10 out of 10 movie, and you are going to just see me just gushing over this movie and everything that works about it and just encouraging people to see it. However, as an X-Men fan, and I'm a bigger X-Men fan than I'm a Spider-Man fan, there is a character in this movie, Jean Grey, and I know that we all know it at this point. We already knew it before going into the movie because it leaked. Worst kept secret at Marvel. Jean Grey is the villain of this movie, and we will talk about what they do with her. And the reason why this is going to be a strange review is, as a Spider-Man movie, and as a Spider-Man fan, once again, 10 out of 10 movie, it blew my expectations out of the water on that level, and there is so much good about it. And it is completely juxtaposed by the character assassination of Jean Grey. That one element which is the Sony Spider-Man part of this movie is brilliant, and then the Disney Marvel aspect and what they've chosen to do with Jean Grey. I hate everything about it, and I hate how they are doing the X-Men. And, it just shows me that the real villains here for Marvel heroes are the people at Marvel Studios under Kevin Feige, when these characters could still be done brilliantly. But anyway, once again, the first part of this review is going to be me gushing over this Spider-Man movie. And then the next part is going to be me just completely tarnishing what they did with Jean Grey and what their plans for the X-Men are, and explaining that. I was almost going to do 2 separate videos on it because it's such a completely different reaction to both elements. But I realized you have to include them both, in order, because both aspects of this, both the way both properties are used, inform each other. So anyway, as a Spider-Man movie, let's put Jean Grey out of my head for a minute and talk about this as a Spider-Man movie. What I kept thinking of when I watched this movie is what Tom Holland was saying in interviews. He kept saying that he has actually been spending a lot of time online and he's been listening to the fans. I know that sounds like a shock these days, but he said over and over again that he's actually been listening to fans and seeing what they want from Spider-Man and what wasn't working for them before, and trying to make the Spider-Man movie that he thought everyone would want. And I myself have had a lot of criticisms with Tom Holland's Spider-Man. I even did a video a few months ago where I was saying, guys, I just think I'm done with this Tom Holland Spider-Man. I don't care for his supporting cast. I don't care for his version. I'm ready to move on. Guys, I can't believe it. And this is how good this movie is. This movie made me go from I'm done with Tom Holland Spider-Man, I don't want to see him anymore, I don't agree with his take on the character, to complete 180 to I don't mind if we continue with this Spider-Man. I truly don't mind if we continue with this Spider-Man. And so much of this movie is addressing the criticisms that fans have had with this version of Spider-Man and making things better. What have fans criticized about Tom Holland's Spider-Man? Well, that he's Spider-Boy. He's like the teenage kid who, is in awe of Tony Stark and he's just a little boy. And even Tom Holland from The Odyssey was getting criticism for his performance there. But here, he is Spider-Man. Not Spider-Boy, Spider-Man. This is the best performance I've ever seen Tom Holland turn in anything. And he is playing Peter Parker as, once again, an actual mature adult in this movie. And it is so refreshing. And that fixes so much. People were talking about how they don't feel like Peter Parker has the problems and the gravitas that he does in the comics. Well, they kind of changed that a little bit in No Way Home. And this just goes even further. And that he is completely accurate to the struggles and the themes of the character in the comics. Fans weren't happy with the Hulk just becoming Mark Ruffalo and Professor Hulk. We get Savage Hulk in this movie, and it's such a glorious return to form. Even elements like fans have been complaining that the lighting and color grading in these Spider-Man films has not been very good. This is the best looking Spider-Man film in a long time. There's great shadows and shapes on people's faces. There's only one time where the CGI was noticeable to me. There's some great composition with the shots, and the swinging is some of the best that we've seen since the Amazing Spider-Man movies. It's just everything that fans were criticizing about Tom Holland's Spider-Man, they actually met those criticisms okay, this stuff isn't working for you? Well, we're going to adjust that. Tom Holland is going to adjust his performance. We're going to adjust the things that aren't working for people. Even when it came to Ned and MJ, what I was saying is why I didn't want to continue with this version of Spider-Man is I don't care about a supporting cast. And this movie is just, going further with Ned and MJ. I want to go back to the traditional Spider-Man supporting cast. Trust me, I would still like to get Harry Osborn and Mary Jane Watson. But this, the one element that is left over from sort of the Kid Peter Parker MCU era of Spider-Man, the one element is Ned Leeds and Michelle Jones, and they actually made them work in this movie. And they actually, I'm still not big on the character of Michelle Jones being with Peter Parker instead of actual Mary Jane Watson, but they actually changed me on Ned Leeds. And I actually did not mind Zendaya's MJ, and I actually thought she did a pretty good job with her in this movie. And that's what I'm going to explain here in a minute, but put a pin in that. Once again, I want to say the action in this movie is like the best we've seen in a superhero movie in so long. Like Hulk, we haven't seen him blow up in as Rage Hulk since Avengers 2012. The Hulk scene when he blows up and fights Spider-Man is excellent, and it even gave me some of the reminders of that fear from the first Avengers. And there's even a shot that I thought was a little bit reminiscent of the first Avengers with Spider-Man running away from the Hulk. And I realized, wow, this is the first time that we have gotten Spider-Man fighting the Hulk ever on the big screen, and it's great. And once again, when you get to the action parts, it's all just very well planned out, where I could actually follow what was happening, and it actually had some emotional stakes in the story. You already had Bruce Banner meet this version of Peter Parker, and them have kind of a knowledge of each other before, and how that comes into play. So the action in this movie is all great, and it's all just, entertaining to watch. But what is as impressive as the action in this movie, if not more impressive, is how they handle the emotional element and the actual character development. And that was what I was so impressed by. And I could talk about this movie and just compare it to nearly every other superhero movie that I have seen across the past decade. Not Infinity War and stuff like that, but most superhero movies that come out today, and just show every way that these movies fall short in comparison to this movie. And how, I said in the beginning, I have been complaining that superhero movies do not understand what a hero even is, and it's the opposite in this movie. But anyway, the emotional core of this movie is that Peter Parker is a complete loner, and he isn't, really taking initiative to let people into his life, and he's instead holding on to the relationship that he once had with Ned Leeds and Michelle Jones. And I'm like, loser, holding on to this relationship from high school still. But it actually plays out well in the story, because he's holding on to what he lost with them, with Doctor Strange's spell, obviously. And once again, the best thing about this movie is, so many times when I watch a movie these days, it's like these movies are made for TikTok. They happen so rapidly. That's how I felt with Superman last year. Everything is happening so rapidly. Everything is made with the intention that we're eventually just going to throw this movie up in a bunch of clips on TikTok and different platforms and stuff. And it's those Gen Zers and Gen Alpha, they spend all their days on their phones. They don't have an attention span. That's why everything has to happen fast. That's why we can't let a moment sit. That's why we have to throw in stupid MCU jokes in every moment. That is not in this movie, and that's what it does the best. It lets the actual human moments sit. It lets the character development actually play out. It doesn't need to break it up with a stupid joke or another action scene or anything like that. There's a scene in this movie where Peter kind of follows Ned and MJ to a party, and they're actually not in this movie very much as you would expect, but they're utilized very well. And he sees that Michelle has a new boyfriend. And then he just, runs out into the rain and just lets himself fall and lets himself be upset. And they let that moment sit. And, it leads into him having other problems. But a moment like that, an emotional moment like that, they just let sit. They don't try to interrupt it with anything. They're not going, oh, the audience can't handle this. The audience is going to get bored. Let's move on to the next thing. No, they actually let it sit. Now, again, I thought that the human elements and the character elements in this movie was the best part, and that's what I'm actually here for, even more than the action in these superhero movies, is my investment in the characters and what they're going through. And I thought it was really great how they utilized this story of, Peter and this version of MJ, and, how No Way Home was kind of, taking one more day and trying to make a better version of this, and this is taking Brand New Day and doing a better version of it. But what happens is, because the villain of the movie, which we'll talk about, has threatened MJ, Peter takes her to try to hide out with Frank Castle. And I'll also say, one of the best parts of this movie was the relationship and the banter between the Punisher and Spider-Man. Probably one of my favorite parts. They just have a great chemistry with each other and a great banter, and it really pays off in great ways. And the Punisher is very well done. I think this is the first time we've seen Jon Bernthal in a PG-13 role, and he's able to have a little bit more fun with it. And once again, that's great to see. He did a great job in this movie, and there's great chemistry between the actors. But anyway, the way they handle what happens with Peter and Michelle, And it's like he starts to get a little hope, because Michelle is a little bit of a different character in this movie as well. Like, she still has kind of, you know, that sarcasm and that sort of moody element to her, but she feels more like a real dimensional character here, a much more mature character. You know, same with Peter Parker himself. He just feels so much more mature in this movie. And, you know, because we have him as Spider-Man, as this more mature character at this point, rather than Spider-Boy, their chemistry actually works a lot better, because it's no longer like the cowering Spider-Boy, you know, who has a crush on this girl who's actually quite mean to him. No, they feel like they're equals in this movie. And once again, that was something like, as a person who doesn't like that we don't have the actual version of Mary Jane Watson, that won me over a bit for like the idea that we have this version of Michelle. And how they use it in the story is they give Peter Parker a little hope, because that's the whole thing that he's dealing with in this movie, in addition to the villain plot, is he's trying to hold on to what he had in the past, and is convinced that maybe he could get it back. And, you know, as he's trying to rescue MJ, you know, they're talking with each other, there's some banter, he hears that maybe things aren't all great with her current boyfriend. It gives him some hope that maybe there's a chance for them to get back together. But, you know, one of the most impressive parts of the film is that MJ finally finds the note that Peter intended for her to explain what is happening, after she's had some kind of inklings that she must have had history with Spider-Man, and that's why it seems like they know each other. So she confronts him about this note, and now she knows the truth. And this entire time, Peter has expected that if only he could explain the truth to MJ, then she would stay with him still, and she would be in love with him, and it would be exactly the way it was in the past. But, you know, after confronting him for hiding this from her, she just tells him, you know, bluntly and honestly, I don't love you, and I don't have feelings for you, because she might know mentally that they had this history, but all of those experiences that gave her those feelings for him are gone, and he's not just going to be able to pick that back up again. And it is such a cold moment in the film, and I loved it. And I didn't love it just because, like, I still didn't care for, like, Peter Parker and Michelle Jones to get together, and, like, I'm thrilled that they didn't get together, and they do leave it open with little inklings at the end that there's a chance in the future that she could regain those memories genuinely and those experiences, but it wasn't just because of that. Like, they could have done the easy thing, and they could have said, okay, let's have Tom Holland get back together with the character his wife plays in this movie, or they could have said, let's just have Tom Holland and Michelle Jones, who, you know, has been the love interest all this time. Let's just have them get back together. But no, they chose to go the more mature route that would have had more to say with this movie. And once again, like, this is a comparison with other superhero films. Like Fantastic Four, for example, they would never let a sour moment sit. Like, character arguments would be resolved quickly. The world hates them for all of 5 minutes for not giving up their son to Galactus, and then all of a sudden they're all won over by them. It seems like these superhero movies are so afraid to take risks. They're so afraid to go to darker areas or lower areas for the characters. This one just had, once again, Michelle tell him flat out, the feelings that I once had for you are not there anymore. And you are not going to just all of a sudden get back what we apparently once had. You know, it just coldly, just dashing his hopes once he got them up. And I just loved that they did that, because, you know, it allowed it to go in the more challenging direction for the character, and allowed it to say more than just the happy ending. And, you know, again, they let it sit, and then they go on to where he takes her back to her apartment, and, you know, there's a little bit of an inkling from her about the friendship that they once had, and she says, do you want to come up and see Ned? And he actually says yes, and he just goes up to see Ned as Spider-Man, and Ned is this big Spider-Man fan. And then you just get this sequence where it's Spider-Man and Ned playing with Legos and having a great time. And what works about this scene is it's just so authentic. The chemistry between these characters is just so authentic, and the friendship that they had. And the actors were able to sell it. And then MJ is watching them have a good time, and she actually draws them. And it's like, I can see like the best friendship that was once here. And it reminded me a lot of like the best elements of the Raimi Spider-Man films. Like the Raimi Spider-Man films, what a lot of people love about those is that they were is just as interested as, having an entertaining blockbuster as they were telling a human story. And that's what it feels like for this movie. It doesn't feel like they're like, oh, this is just for the mainstream masses, so let's just throw out slop or whatever. It feels like this needs to be a bunch of CGI and explosions and then call it a day. No, it feels like it's actually interested in telling a story and actually, developing Peter Parker as a character and getting those human moments. And guess what? That is actually what I am here for. I am here invested in these superhero films because I care about the characters and I want to see these human moments and I want to see the development. And that sequence of first him being turned down by MJ and then having, some enjoyable time with Ned, as his lost best friend. He doesn't even know who he is still. Like, that is some of the best sequence in the film. And once again, what I have been saying so much in my videos about superhero movies losing their heroism, and also what I've been saying about the degradation of male heroes. That's not what is in this movie. Peter Parker is a character in this movie who constantly gets beat down, who constantly gets his, heart ripped out and all that stuff, but he keeps rising up and he keeps doing the right thing. And that is something that superhero movies have lost. I say it again and again. It feels like they either don't have heroism or it feels like these heroes just do superhero work as if it's a day job or something. These movies have not understood the depth of character that it would take to actually be a superhero movie. But this movie understands that because you see Peter Parker not get what he wants and get it taken away from him and his heart ripped out. But how he's able to rise above. And going forward in the film, the theme of the film is about you can't regain what you lost in the past. You can't make up for the tragedy and the loss. You can't just get it all back, but you can forge a new path forward, and that's why it's called Brand New Day. So, you see Peter Parker go through all of this, and how, in the end, he is a character, once again, he is put in an authority position throughout this movie, in how he talks to the cops, and in how he talks to Jean later on. And you don't see that anymore. I usually see male heroes beaten down, humiliated, or sad and washed up, and they can't do anything, or a girl comes in and saves them, or something like that. And that's not the case. It is like Spider-Man's responsibility to rise up in this movie. And once again, when you see him go forward in like the final confrontation and everything, it is him being put in a position of authority over Jean Grey, and it is him trying to pull her out of this mindset that she is in, and, him coming up with the solution to the problem. And, he uses a memory, like someone I was with thought this was a little corny, he uses a memory of Aunt May to initially get through to her and, how Aunt May would originally talk to him. I thought it was a good use of, giving respect to that character and, how Peter Parker's loved ones are still, so important to him and all of that. But, he only uses that memory, as a way into Jean, and then he takes over the conversation. And like, compare this with Superman, with David Corenswet, who's just this idiot who's bumbling and he commands no authority and no one listens to him and stuff like that. And to see Spider-Man, after once again so many years of Spider-Boy, actually be Spider-Man and actually have some maturity and authority to him, I love that. And that's like, this is what you should be doing in superhero movies, and this is what we should be seeing. So yes, this movie is just insanely respectful to the character of Spider-Man and what fans would actually want. And it's telling, a story that really cares about its characters and really cares about developing those human moments and letting those moments sit. Again, I don't watch movies to get a bunch of content. I hate that they're trying to turn movies into content on TikTok or YouTube or whatever. Like, I watch movies
No, you watch movies so you can hate on them. You said it yourself. You get paid to watch movies you're gonna hate. You're a grifter. That's why you do it. Because it's your only paycheck account.
to get something a bit more long-lasting and substantive than just a 30-second TikTok clip that can be thrown away. So I love that this movie never thought, we need to condense all of this for the attention span of Gen Z and Gen Alpha or whatever, and they just let those character moments sit with the audience. And this movie, you know, there was rumors of it being overstuffed. I actually didn't think that it was overstuffed at all. Everything from the banter between the Punisher and Spider-Man, and the heartbreak between him and MJ, and you know, getting an inkling of that old best friendship that he used to have with Ned, and you know, the conversation he has with Bruce Banner. And that's another thing. This movie is the first time in years that I have felt like the MCU is a whole as again, that this is a lived-in world, that you can go places and it makes sense. It doesn't feel broken anymore. But you know, hulking out, and you know, the Spider-Man and the amazing swinging scenes, everything. The amazing swinging scenes, everything. The action in this movie, and the relationships of the characters, and the character development, and understanding the core of Peter's character, and how he is just the most beat down character with his heart ripped out, and he will always rise up no matter what it is to save the day. That was all just perfect. And it made me just, you know, be like, this is what we used to get in superhero films. And this is what I've missed all this time. And I can't believe that we are getting it in the 2020s, that we are getting it in 2026. But I am so glad that we did. And, you know, it just speaks volumes that, you know, Tom Holland had a lot more creative say in this movie from what I'm reading. And he used it in a way to make it even more exciting for the fans, and to lean more into what the fans wanted. They wanted comics accurate Peter Parker, and that's what he gave them. And like, this is once again one of the best Spider-Man movies of all time. And even, you know, with Peter Parker being beat down so much in this movie, it still is a feel-good movie, and they find a way to lift it up again at the end. So, you know, you have Peter Parker who got injured at the end of the movie, and he has to escape the hospital. You have the Punisher as a payoff of the Punisher, you know, being a little bit cold to Spider-Man, all of the bad, you know, banter between the two, Punisher not wanting to admit that Spider-Man saved him. You know, he allows Peter Parker to escape the hospital, and, you know, Peter Parker gets to see the crowd, like, celebrating Spider-Man below him. And as he's escaping, Punisher takes on the mask and pretends that he is Spider-Man and is trying to hype up the crowd for Spider-Man. And it could have been super cheesy, but they were like, we don't care. We want to go for the sincerity here. And that's a great moment in the film where they just went for the sincerity. And, you know, it just raises like the mood of the film all at the end. And it finally gives some positivity to Peter Parker and this movie, and some hope for the future. And, you know, again, the theme of this movie is you can't regain the past, but you can forge something new in the future. You know, Peter Parker, it seems, will just be friends with MJ and Ned for the foreseeable future. I'm sure that they will bring Michelle back and try to bring back that romantic element. It's Tom Holland's wife, after all. But, you know, he finally accepts that he is willing to start new relationships with people, and not hold on to what he lost in the past, and even start new relationships with MJ and Ned that are different from the past. And, you know, it gives you that at the end. And it's just such a great ending. It's not like a bombastic fight scene or a stupid joke or anything. He just goes and he sees Ned at the mart, and he met him earlier, and he goes to say hi, and Ned can't remember his name. He told him he was Menard earlier, and then Ned just instinctively knows the handshake, the secret handshake that they had as best friends. And as he's doing the handshake, and he's like has a look of curiosity where, you know, he's kind of, how do I know this? Then he just, you know, he's trying to remember this guy's name. He just goes, Peter. And it's this perfect ending where, once again, they give you this bit of hope for the future with all of this stuff, like seeing Spider-Man beat down as a character, and, you know, always rising up to do the right thing. It finally gives him like some hope for the future and some like satisfaction there. And once again, just the perfect moment to end the film on. And once again, I would say that if you are a fan of Marvel superheroes, this movie well respects the character of Spider-Man. It loves that character, it loves its fans, and it tried to give the fans everything that they could have wanted with this movie. Except for one thing. And this is where you're going to see my mood change from someone who is just glazing the Spider-Man movie and thinks it's a 10 out of 10 to back to the normal Jester Bell rage that you are usually accustomed to. I loved everything that this movie did with Spider-Man. I couldn't believe that it made me do a 180 on Tom Holland's Spider-Man and say, I am perfectly fine if we continue with this version, and I believe that we will. But I absolutely despise what they did with Jean Grey as an X-Men fan in this movie. Where do I begin? So once again, you all know it, that Jean Grey is the person pulling the strings behind this film. And, she is the villain who is causing all of these things like the Hulk to blow up in anger and all of that. But I don't think, unless you've seen this film, you understand the extent here. I think that everyone realized that, Jean would have her own reasons for doing this, and there would be some sort of better end for her doing all of this, which is true to what happens with the movie. But it is what they have done to Jean Grey as a whole and how that plot plays out. So I heard a rumor, and I think that it's ringing true. And this is where, because the reason why the Spider-Man elements of this film are so good is because Sony is involved. And Sony has such a good grasp of the character of Spider-Man, it would seem, and giving the fans what they want. But Jean Grey is unfortunately owned by Disney Marvel. And Kevin Feige has his thumb on the character. And I heard a rumor, and again, it's turning out true. Kevin Feige has it in his head that fans do not want comic-accurate X-Men. Fans want to hear their new takes on the X-Men, which is a complete lie. And after watching this movie, I'm convinced that the truth of that statement is just, we here at Disney Marvel, I don't want to do comic-accurate X-Men. I have no interest in that. I am going to turn these characters into characters that I have more interest in. So as you can imagine with that, we get a Jean Grey in this movie that has nothing to do with the comics other than her name and her power set. And before you say, is this just a ranting that a character just isn't accurate to the comics? I am a person that believes that just because something is inaccurate does not mean that it can't necessarily be good. But that's the thing. A changed adaptation needs to either be as good as the original or better in order to convince me of it. And this is worse. Jean is not just the misunderstood protagonist of this film. They turn her straight up evil. Like, they go far with the character, and not as far as I think that they did based on the conclusion that they set up for her. In this movie, and Sadie Sink is just totally generic casting for this character. I thought again and again, they have turned Jean Grey into like the generic villain in a B supernatural horror movie where she's puppeteering people and smirking through them and smirking as a character and, condescending. And, at least my expectations were like, I'm sure that she's going to be like, you don't know what you're talking about, like with Spider-Man, get out of my way, stuff like that. I did not expect them to just turn her into such a generic B horror movie villain, which is how she is portrayed in this movie. And that's the thing. Like, as a character and as a performance, it is incredibly generic. It reminded me, like, this is what you would do with the angsty, trying to be edgy teen character from a teenage CW drama or something like that. But here is the real problem. Without this aspect, it would just be like a totally generic, angsty, edgy teen character. But they make her straight up evil. Like, Jean does, so much bad in this movie. And look, I can already hear the excuses. People are gonna say, well, maybe no one was actually hurt in the Hulk fight. But guess what? Jean, tormenting Bruce's mind so he will blow up as the Hulk and fight Spider-Man, it's actually horrible to watch. And they make sure that you know how horrible it is after Bruce Banner has finally had control for all this time. He finally gets blown up into his worst nightmare and he's so panicked that he hurts someone. Okay, I'm sure that there are going to be people that say, okay, maybe no one was killed or injured in the Hulk fight, even if Bruce Banner was tormented. And maybe they will say that old lady she possessed who was a janitor who clearly was injured and to drive a tank, maybe they'll say that wasn't a big deal. Maybe they'll say no one was injured in, the tank a Rampage in the beginning of this film. Maybe they'll excuse her for possessing Scorpion and make him do things against his will so that he's beaten to a bloody pulp by a berserker Spider-Man. Maybe they'll excuse that. Maybe they'll say that when she attacked the damage control agents, it specifically said that she just had them shot in the leg. maybe that will all be excused. Maybe it will be excused that this not version of Jean Grey possesses MJ after threatening her and makes Peter Parker think that Michelle is still in love with him and makes them kiss and all of that before throwing Michelle Jones off of a building. Maybe it will be excused that this version of Jean Grey straight up tries to kill both Peter Parker and MJ. And I'm not just saying that she bluffed them so that she could get away. No, she straight up had intent to kill MJ and Peter Parker. That it would have happened if Peter Parker didn't, show a bigger feat of strength and stop it at the end of the, right before it happened, or, catch Michelle in the nick of time. Maybe you can excuse all that. Peter Parker says, after he realizes that it is Jean who has possessed Michelle to make it seem like she's still in love with him, literally just to be cruel, he straight up says, "You are evil." And at that point, I'm like, yes, this character is evil. Maybe you could excuse all of that, but you cannot excuse this little moment that I saw in the film. This not version of Jean Grey, it keeps possessing people. That is what she does throughout the majority of the film. She keeps puppeteering people, which, by the way, Charles and Jean don't use that move that much in the comics, but she keeps puppeteering people. And she puppeteers this old man, and she has him walk out in front of a car, and he gets hit by that car. And the movie keeps moving. And I had to do a double take. I was like, did I just see that? Because the movie just keeps moving on after that. I'm like, did they really make Jean Grey possess an old man and have him walk in front of a car, and I would assume dead, because we never see him again, or at least critically injured, but probably dead? And I had to put it from my mind. I was so shocked I had to put it from my mind. Like, that is not what I just saw. But then I came home and I saw other people online saw the same thing. So again, this is what they have done with the character of Jean Grey. And by the way, very terrible, because in the comics, Jean Grey's origin is her powers manifest because the trauma, she sees the trauma of her friend getting hit by a car, and then her mind reads the last thoughts of her friend as she's dying. Now you have her in her new MCU origin, straight up allowing someone to walk, possessing someone's mind against their will, a completely innocent person who she had no grievances with and was not in her way at all, and just makes them walk in front of a car for no other reason than to taunt Spider-Man or something. They went too far with it. They made Jean straight up evil. So that yes, later on in the film, we find out that the reason why she was doing all of this is that Damage Control kidnapped her sister and was performing experiments on her. And we later find out after Jean is kidnapped that Sarah straight up died with these experiments. And this is going to be used everywhere as like, this is what makes Jean Grey sympathetic. This is what makes up for everything. This is what explains everything. Here is the problem. They went too far with it again. When you say that Sarah Grey died in the experiments, here's the problem. Jean has already killed completely innocent people in this movie. Once again, the guy who walked in front of the car is the one we know for sure, but surely a lot more people would have gotten injured or died in this movie thanks to her actions, which she shows absolutely no remorse for and even a glee towards. And she does a lot of things in this movie just to show off her power and, just to taunt people when she didn't even need to. They took it too far. And it's a similar thing to what happened with Scarlet Witch, where there gets to be a certain point where you take a character so far that no amount of tragic backstory or torment or regret that the character has can ever make up for that or can ever make them sympathetic again. And that's as far as they took Scarlet Witch. And I felt like a similar thing happened in this movie, that they thought that the reveal that Jean was trying to rescue her sister and that her sister had been killed, Jean was already killing innocent people before she even realized that her sister was killed. And once again, it just takes it too far. And they go on in the film, and again, having Peter Parker be the one to try to pull Jean out of this, and having Jean, they try to redeem her at the end where she saves Peter Parker's life and all of that, and she starts showing, some more, human moments. But the problem is what you have already done with the character leading up to this. And this is a problem that they have with the X-Men these days, is that I'm not sure if this is what influenced this movie, But it's almost like, number one, they think that anything an X-Men character or a mutant character does is justified just because the hated and feared angle and the oppressed angle, and that somehow justifies everything. I don't know if that was the mindset going into this movie, but whether or not it was, it seems to lean into that. That's another part of the problem, is that Jean says that she and her sister were just hunted because they were special. But even that is not the case. Now, this doesn't condone her sister being killed, by the way, but still, when we see her and her sister initially, they're already abusing their powers in negative ways. They are just randomly possessing people's minds and puppeteering as the people that they want to be, just for the fun of it. They're taking away people's free will just for the fun of it. They're making people go and, spend their money on things they want, like ice cream. Like, they are already like these two teenage girls with these godlike abilities that are abusing those powers. And again, that doesn't justify her sister being killed, but it doesn't feed the narrative that these were two innocent, little girls who were just being hunted for being different. It actually makes them out to be a legitimate threat because, they had this uncontrolled, unsupervised, godlike power that they were just using at will for anything that they wanted and already using in negative ways. It's a terrible narrative, and I disagree, and I know that I am going to get comments like this. I'm going to get people saying, well, I don't care about the character of Jean Grey. This doesn't ruin anything for me. Well, number one, I do. Number two, my light just went out. It's a sign. Number two, this is not just about Jean Grey. This is about what they are doing with the X-Men characters as a whole. Coming out of this movie, I thought, I can't ever see this version of Jean Grey becoming a hero, even with trying to give her some redemption at the end of the movie. I just can't see that. Nor would I, as a fan, want to watch this version of Jean Grey in an X-Men movie. I'm sure that an X-Men movie will now get a bit of a boost just because they advertised it with this movie that's going to make $2 billion. But I don't want to see a version of the X-Men with this version of the characters. But once again, it's not just Jean Grey. I can't see this version of Jean Grey with Cyclops. But the fact of the matter is, it's not going to be Cyclops when we see him. It's going to be Cyclops in name only, just like this is Jean Grey in name only. And it's going to be Beast in name only. And it's going to be Rogue in name only. And we now have a rumor that those characters have been cast. And, Charles Melton is going to be Beast, who doesn't seem like Beast at all. And all the other casting rumors sound completely antithetical to the characters. Because, again, you're not getting accurate X-Men at all. You're getting Kevin Feige's takes on the X-Men, and his takes on the X-Men are awful. He took a character from the comics like Jean Grey, who is supposed to be kindness and empathy and all of that, and that's why it works when they did Dark Phoenix, where she got taken over by, an evil cosmic entity, or that became evil. And it's Kevin Feige's big vision for his big take on Jean Grey that he wants to do is to turn her into generic B supernatural horror movie villain with smirking and just so unlikable, and to take her this far. If this is what he has in mind for Jean Grey, and that, that's a core pivotal character with a pivotal role in the X-Men, I don't want to see what he's doing with the rest of the X-Men. He's already ruined it because he's ruined one of their core characters, but I don't want to see this X-Men movie and what they're going to do with it if this is what they have in mind. And if this is how they're shaping up, handling mutants, again, leaning into the problem that has happened in modern comics where they've oftentimes just kind of portray mutants as straight up villains who are oftentimes just justified in their actions just because the hated and feared angle. And, that is so unfortunate. And this is the big, juxtaposition in this movie where, on the one hand, I am getting everything I want from a Spider-Man movie, and it's accurate to the comics, and it cares about what the fans want, and it cares about those human moments. And all I could think of is, wow, I want an X-Men movie like this. I want an X-Men movie like this Spider-Man movie that is just as respectful to the characters, that understands that the moments of character development are just as, if not more important than the action sequences. That's all I want. But as Tom Holland and the executives at Sony are giving everything I want from a Spider-Man movie, I'm seeing Kevin Feige and the character he still owns, Marvel Studios, Disney Marvel owns, I'm seeing him, do the exact opposite thing, where they don't care about being accurate to the comics at all. And they truly do not understand or want to understand what the fans actually want from these characters. And, I'm seeing a Spider-Man movie that understands heroism. Meanwhile, I'm seeing Kevin Feige assassinate one of the biggest female heroines at Marvel. And guys, I got a comment, in my out of the theater reaction saying, is this a fluke or is Marvel back? The reason why Spider-Man is so good, again, is because of Sony's involvement. Every single movie that has actually hit at the box office post-Endgame has had some other stronger creative force involved. Deadpool and Wolverine, Ryan Reynolds. Guardians of the Galaxy 3, James Gunn, even though we don't like him anymore. Spider-Man movies, Sony, and now Tom Holland apparently has a big say in what happens. But whenever we shift back to Kevin Feige's MCU, that's where we got problems. That's why we get the character assassinations. That's where we get it where they don't even understand what heroes are. And they keep wanting to do this take where they, like Scarlet Witch, they turn their female characters crazy and expect you to still sympathize with them at the end. Like, this is a problem that is clearly coming from Disney Marvel. And it shows me we could still be getting fantastic superhero movies if it wasn't for the mindset at Disney Marvel. We could still be getting more Spider-Man Brand New Days because it's like this Jean Grey element is like MCU claws, like just scratch marks on an otherwise 10 out of 10 Spider-Man film. And here's the thing. There is going to be defense for this. Why? Because it is overall such a thing. There is 10 out of 10 Spider-Man film. And here's the thing. There is going to be 10 Spider-Man film. And here's the thing. There is going to be defense for this. Why? Because it is overall such an enjoyable movie that I can already see it. The fans aren't going to want any element of this to be criticized because they don't want the movie to be criticized as a whole. Let me tell you, I hope, and I've already seen this, I hope that people are vocal about how they love this as a Spider-Man movie, but this Jean Grey element is awful. Absolutely unacceptably awful. It's a character assassination. I have no interest in what they are going to do with the X-Men if this is the direction that they are going in. But unfortunately, even if people stay vocal, and some people definitely are so far, then I don't think that it is going to get through to them behind the scenes because nothing else has. Every good superhero movie we get, or at least, entertaining one, has to be made with some other creative force that can override Kevin Feige's Marvel Studios. And he's probably just going to take on the credit for this movie making so much money, even though it is not him. He is not the reason why this is making so much money, and he's going to just justify what he's doing with the X-Men and continue on with it. But I, for one, wish that the X-Men under Kevin Feige would go the way of Blade, that he just wouldn't be able to get it to come together, years would pass by, and that they just would not make this movie like this. And once again, it is just such a contrast where, on the one hand, I love this Spider-Man movie. I think it's going to make all the money. Over $2 billion, I think. I want to see this movie multiple times. People will see it multiple times. It's probably the best movie of the year so far. And I just love, the respect it gave to the character of Spider-Man and the understanding that it had for heroism when it came to the character of Spider-Man. But once again, it had the claw marks of what they did with Jean Grey. And that is the only unfortunate part. And it just makes me wish that there was some way to save these characters from Kevin Feige's Disney Marvel Studios. But, other than that, once again, this would be a 10 out of 10 film if it weren't for what they did with Jean Grey. And that's all that I have to say about it. And I'm sure that I have so much more to talk about after this. But I hope that people, as they're praising this movie, stay vocal about the Jean Grey element. Thank you all for watching. What did you think about Spider-Man Brand New Day? Would you be interested? Because I am definitely going to do more videos on what they're doing with the X-Men. And stay tuned for that. Please consider becoming a member or a patron if you haven't already. And I will see you guys next time.
I don't get to... Yeah, we'll continue with why it's unlimited later. But yeah. I kind of agree with some of the things she says. Not all of it, though. I think she's kind of being a little bit narrowed down with how she's talking in her review. Anyway, that's it for today. We're away now.